Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the WD BLACK Esports Club Pro League 4 Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft, here with your hosts Blackjack and Foxtrot, starting us off in Season 5 of the Pro League. That is right, ladies and gentlemen, the final season is finally upon us, and it all starts with the qualifiers from the registered teams that we've been, of course, letting all of our viewers know from the previous season and whatnot. Plenty of teams have registered, and here we are with 3 stream matches for the night, starting off with Unleashed Gaming. Pretty interesting name once you consider the acronym that may or may not be on their name tags. And of course, Ground 9 Esports. We saw them in the previous season, went very, very far indeed, but unfortunately couldn't quite make it over the finish line into Div 3. This season could be theirs. The bracket definitely looks like it might be. But then again, that's the fun of the qualifiers. Many unknown teams, many teams we haven't seen before, along with some returning faces, some relegated faces as well. So it's going to be a very interesting night of matches indeed. And of course, I've got my co-host Foxy over here to, lead us through all of that. Villa to start us off. Foxy, how you doing on this fine evening?
First things first, I'm joining you guys live from a different place now altogether. So most definitely, I'm sure you can notice that off of my background that has come up. But hey, it's the new season, and like I always happen to talk about this, the new season demands for some new energy, and I think we both are here to give it everything that we've got. Ground 9 Esports versus Unleashed Gaming is only the start of what we'll be facing, and this season going ahead. And hey, it's season 5. I'm sure it's going to be a grand one.
Oh, most certainly. That is what we are looking to do here at the Esports Club as well. Make sure that at the very least we go out with a bang with the final season. But, the last week and all that, where all the big stuff, all the flashy stuff will happen, is a little ways away. We've got 3 weeks worth of game to go through firstly. And of course, we're just waiting on both teams to give us the ready confirmation and whatnot before we go ahead with this match. I know that delays aren't exactly the best way to start things off for, but then again, considering that it's qualifiers, the fact that we're on time is already for us at the very least, a good start to begin with. Now, interestingly enough, Ground 9 going onto Villa on defense will be very it's going to make for a, match to watch out for, if you will. Ground 9's defense, while not, extremely great, definitely boasts a good lineup, especially from what we saw last season. While, of course, Unleashed Gaming, we haven't seen them before per se, but given what we've sort of heard about them from our admins and whatnot, their attack on Villa is going to leave us with potentially more questions than answers. Again, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself with these speculative comments and whatnot. That is best reserved for the divisions, of course, where teams can sometimes leave us more confused than what we already expect out of them. Villa as a map, of course, very defender-sided. We've been over this discussion before. So Ground 9 starting off with a little bit of advantage going on the defense, but maybe Unleashed Gaming has something up their sleeve. Maybe their attack could bring out a special blend of offense and defense and whatnot that gives them the round lead. Of course, this isn't the only game that we have tonight. Like I mentioned, we have 2 more after this to go through, and that is Bullets and Dreams versus Namak. That is interesting name considering the South Asian region, but I'm not going to go into more details than that. And of course, Black Bulls versus Sunset Ninjas. Sunset Ninjas, another team, a name, that we heard of in the previous season. Qualifiers didn't exactly go as far as, some would have thought they did. And it's going to make for some very interesting matches tonight as well. So all in all, I'm very much expecting some fantastic games. I'm sure you are as well, Foxy, aren't you?
Oh, yes. Something I actually want to add up to that Namak bit you happen to talk about. Namak is actually one of the oldest clans we have back in the country. They haven't really been very okay with the whole competitive scene. But yes, I've seen them around for quite a bit. And fun fact, Vortex from current Mischief Gaming, that's right, at the top of the Division 1, he was a former member of Namak clan. That's right. That's a little insight for everybody out there. So it does happen to show that Namak that will be seeing the roster will be experienced. There'll be old players, but I'm sure there'll be a little alien to what we get to see in the competitive play. But that's just it. You don't know what to expect into this competitive play when it comes down to it. There's just so many differences that we get to see. And coming back to this map, Villa, I'm sure It just somehow happens to be this one of these places where we see Villa come out and Baba is not casting it somehow. Baba loves to see a Villa match, and here we are
Oh yeah.
witnessing this match go down. So it looks like we just got some information from our host, and we'll be taking a short break, a really short one, because we're having some difficulties with the players and whatnot with getting the match started. Let's just get to that. So once again, I know it is, of course, season 5, and we're here looking at this with so much more excitement. You can see how pumped me and Blackjack, both of us, are. But sadly, some technical difficulties cannot just be avoided. We'll be back in just a bit, people. Stay tuned.
All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the game between Unleashed Gaming and Ground 9 Esports. We do apologize for taking a quick little break in the middle there, but we are back and with the ready confirmation from both sides, just making sure that they have everything set up, their whole setups and whatnot, keyboard, mice, and whatever button configuration they play in. I honestly don't know, but we'll find more about that and how these teams operate in the map of Villa right now. In fact, as we go live with the first match of the night, Unleashed Gaming versus Ground 9 Esports, joining the players live on the map of Villa. Ground 9 on the defense, they will have the first ban tonight, starting us off nice and quickly with, from the looks of it, a Thatcher ban. No surprises right there. It is the qualifier, so expect to see a ton of Thatcher bans coming out from teams left, right, and center. What I'm more interested in is to see what Unleashed Gaming decides to ban against G9, Ground 9 in this case, of course, as, in terms of attackers, you could go for a couple of bans here and there, maybe a Blackbeard, maybe a Capitao. They are useful, but no, Unleashed wants to go for a Montaigne ban instead. Fairly standard stuff, nothing too particularly special, if you will. G9, in the meanwhile, of course, they will have the final ban on the map, but not quite yet. Unleashed has to ban the first defender on Villa tonight. And as the timer takes down, they've taken quite the while with this decision, as we can all see. They've decided to ban the Mira. All right, may have been a little bit of dissent as to whether or not to ban Mira or somebody else, maybe a Wamai or a Jaeger or a Kaid even. We've seen Kaid bans on Villa every now and again. Excuse me right there. And Wamai is definitely one of those bands where, when considering the map of Villa, you have so many nooks and crannies to hide those magnets, much more so than ADSs. You want to get him off the board, but Ground 9 is going to be banning the Clash. So, interestingly enough, both of the full body shield operators, Montaigne and Clash, will get banned today, along with Thatcher and Mira. All things considered, very standard. Ground 9 actually, excuse me right there, with that ban of Clash, will allow themselves the Wamai pick, the Goyo pick, all of the stuff you see getting banned on Villa every now and again. Round one will commence on second floor Aviator and Games Room, and we're going to be starting off with both of these rosters here in the lobby for us today. From the side of Unleashed Gaming, we've got Procyon. Procyon? I'm not sure how to pronounce that one. Skitmeister, Same, Leon, and Gambit. And from the side, excuse me right there. From the side of Ground 9, we've got Ferdine, Jazz, Abid, Shreds, Shannon, and Neuron. Like I said, Secular Aviator will be the side of choice. A couple of six picks bringing in Gridlock and Smoke. And I've kept the man for the mic long enough. For Foxy, take it away.
Thank you for that beautiful introduction, as ever, Blackjack. A lovely introduction and just a beautiful transition into this match. Once again, missing Baba, it's Willa. He would have definitely had some insights to share on what we have here, because we're already getting to see six picks come out, and that Gridlock pick, that's exactly where my eyes are. We'll see that difference come out, but wait a minute. There we go. There we go. Just had me concerned for a little moment that let's just hope that the host does not get kicked out. But here we are looking at ourselves and looking at these players, in fact. Very good, very powerful, and just everybody's just ready for this season 5 that we are here witnessing. For the Jazz, he'll be on the Jaeger. We've got a bit, meanwhile, on the Mutant. Quite interestingly so, the SAS brothers, both of them being brought on board, Smoke and the Mute. We get to see these SMG 11 plays come out quite a bit, and in fact, one of our latest MVPs that came out in the last season also happened to have that SMG 11 clip of the highlight for themselves. That is, of course, Nippon. But we'll talk about that later once we happen to talk about what teams are there that these teams could possibly meet into the division stages. Far away from there right now. Back to this game, Shannon. He's on the pulse, and looks like what he's trying to do here is just that standard roam game we get to see. It's nothing new, nothing out of the ordinary, but you come out to see something like this, it's just standard Villa stuff. Shannon still just looking around. Maybe he's just trying to find some drones. That's just what he's trying to do. Shreds, though, he'll be on the top stairs, and that's the Smoke. Mind you, people, he's got to play that shield properly, but more importantly, he's got to play it right. He's got to stay alive for as long as he can. No early push coming in from the side of the attackers yet. At least they're getting the drone works in. That early scouting mode, like I like to talk about quite a bit. In fact, it does happen to reveal so many things about how the attackers happen to make this whole push and just strategize according to what the defense is presenting. But hey, just the way it is, Shan still holding up on the side of the bottom of the stairs. We've still got Shreds in the main stairs, and no push yet from the attackers. If we can take a quick look at what it looks like from their side. There we go. Skidmeister. He's all the way up top, the Gridlock. He's trying to find a place, I think, just to deploy his track stingers. Not yet. He's not found any. But it is a little slow than usual. It most definitely is a little scattered out attack of a thought process. But hey, Procure, he's already picked up a fight, and that's a shotgun he just happened to miss. Now the best of guns, you want to take a fight, and Shreds will be picking that SMG 11 back into his hands into a possible gunfight that he's still looking to take. But Procure, he's moved back, and mind you, that is the ace, of course, and that means he's a hard breacher. He's got to come around and go for the breach anyway. Not the best of fights you want to take for yourselves. Gambit, we don't see that push come out, but wait a minute, Neuron gets the first frag, and that's behind Skitty Meister. And here's, wait a minute, that was not supposed to happen. The Twitch destroying Shreds and pretty much shredding him down. I still got Leon, he's going to get that refrag on a Neuron. He won't be alive anymore, but still got a 3 versus 4 that they could still make happen. Make that a 3 versus 3. The free frag comes in from Fardin Jazz as he just turned that into a very equalized man count. Like I said, a 3 versus 3, and anything could happen going ahead from here. A possible flank is into play, but that won't be tolerated. Fardin Jazz gets his double. He's solo on HP, but he's still alive and kicking. 40 seconds, a 2 versus 3 for the attackers to fight against. Let's see what happens.
2 versus 3, ground 9 in the man count lead once again. Procyon very low on HP. He's got to be careful in his position, right below the red carpet stairs. Going up those, he's got to watch 90, and he will nice and quickly just to make sure he doesn't get flanked or taken out from a different angle. He's trying to push towards side. He's got Same coming in from the other side of Study, but you have the pulse from below. This could be huge right now for Shannon as he comes in. He could make a play, but no, the Me's going to go down in the meanwhile inside of Vault. Unfortunate as the plant is going off. Procyon took that kill, but no, there's Verdine with the triple and the C4 to boot, and the Jaeger gets 2 to finish it off in the very first round. It was the man himself coming in from Statuary, and that was a very wide pre-fire to get that final kill onto the ace right there. but that was a fairly good round from the side of the defense to start things off. Round 9, making sure that they are not any much more behind than they were in the previous season. Fairly all right defensive startup, a little bit shaky, if you will. They lost a couple of bodies to some unfortunate gunfight selections and maybe a little bit of positioning issues. One could also argue that excuse me right there. One could also argue that Shreds the smoke on that landing door into study probably shouldn't have lost that gunfight to the Twitch, but all in all, some minor mistakes that they managed to course correct out of before it made the round more difficult for themselves. Now they're going to be going into round 2, second floor trophy, the site of choice from the side of ground 9, trying to make this whole match, this whole round, if you will, their own. At the very least, go in the positive in terms of their round count in the first half. Now, interestingly enough, we're seeing both a Bandit and a Kaid, Abid and Neuron, bringing in both the electrical denial operators, which you normally don't get to see. You either see a Bandit or a Kaid. Some teams have brought in this combination before, but it's not all too often. Now, barbed wire electrification, certainly a thing that you could do. It'll deny some drones and whatnot, definitely take over the Meat's position, temporarily speaking. But other than that, there's not a whole lot that you're going to get out of this per se, unless, of course, Ground 9 has some specific ideas on where to employ those Electroclaws and where to employ the Bandit batteries. Like I said, we saw some... excuse me right there. We saw some barbed wire electrification. That's going to do a little bit to deny intel. But looks like Kaid actually has both his Electroclaws still in his pocket. He might try to go for a Kaid trick on that main bedroom wall. And... wait a minute, there are no heart breachers on the attacking team. I just realized. Unleashed, I'm not sure if that's the right move there. An Ace or a Hibana could have gone a long way, but they don't have that on board as they're looking to push in towards a closet and master bedroom. They've seen the open window towards Aviator, study, excuse me, in the meanwhile, making sure that the long angle is covered. But of course, there's so many angles that they have to watch out for. Summer, he's just making sure that his teammates don't get taken down from an odd long angle, if you will. Ferdinand is the man in this region. He can make a play or two for his team should he decide to be aggressive, while the Nomad, Skitmeister, is just going up those Astro stairs. Oh boy, the Zofia is going to be the first to fall. Shannon making some big moves right now. He wants more. The Doc with the MP5. He's found the Zofia, big drop, but Astronomy is being pushed. Neuron is right there, prone in fact. I think that's inside of the bathtub and bathroom, a powerful spot in its own right. The Doc's seen one, but can't quite get the head right there. MP5 pre-fire is not exactly going to get Summer, who's just moved out and gone towards the bathroom. 4 versus 5 for Dean's taking a bit of damage, but he will win that as Gambit goes down. It's a 5v3.
Well, back into a 5v3. We are getting hit with air jabs over here. A bit Rahman though. Meanwhile, he'll be the one to pick up a frag. Excuse me there. Trying to stumble upon my own words, but here we are finding the attackers in a really bad situation. That hard breacher. Let's be honest. They did not even get to that point. Looking at this aggression from the side of the defense, it's gonna leave Samai in a 1 versus 5, which he does not really look like he's got in his hands. And there you go. Shannon takes it right out of it. A quick headshot is gonna claim the life of Samai. And now that I think about it and talk about it as well, Samai.ug is so much like Sandy.ug when you look at it just from a glance, from just that 1 second of a glance you happen to take. It does happen to make me think about so many things. It is a confusion knowing that we have got UG being such a dominant team coming back to Division 1 back-to-back champion. So let's see what UG version 2.0 in a way happens to bring us. But of course, this is Unleashed Gaming. So that being said, let's see what dining hall and kitchen room will be bringing out from the side of the defense.
Well, dining hall and kitchen, given that it's one of those sites which requires quite the substantial second floor roam, if you will, is going to be a very interesting sight to see from the side of Ground 9. And all in all, given the way that we've seen Ground 9 progress in this match so far, it'll make for a very interesting round from them, particularly speaking. given that they kind of like to be a little out there as soon as they get that first kill, especially if they get that first kill. It's been evidenced twice now, excuse me. As soon as they start gaining momentum, the first kill, first couple of kills, they start getting more and more aggressive. Now, is that a little counterintuitive? Yes, I do think it is, especially if Unleash managed to catch onto it, which I feel like they just might in this situation. And that could lead to some very unfortunate, uh, very unfortunate. Wait,
D-
what just
Um,
happened? Oh boy, oh boy,
all
oh
right.
boy, oh boy. Seems to be, yeah, that seems to be a little bit of an issue going on right now. Not sure what just happened, ladies and gentlemen. Do forgive us. Oh, okay, well, that makes more sense. Apparently, the application seems to have crashed, unfortunately. Yeah, not exactly the best thing in the world, if you will. We're trying to get it fixed as soon as we can. Do forgive us, ladies and gentlemen. Unexpected, if you will. But it's given us a little bit of it's given us quite to talk about in these first two rounds, right? Like we were saying, speculating sort of dining hall and kitchen on first floor, one of those sites that requires a bit of a strong second floor hold, bit of a strong roam hold. So I have to ask, I already put my 2 cents out, right? That ground nine, as soon as they start getting aggressive, they can be hard to deal with. So Foxy, do you think that Unleashed might be able to like read into it and sort of counter them by forcing them to go aggressive and pinching them out?
Honestly, Blackjack, first things first, it's Villa. So it's defender favored. We're getting to see the defensive side take the maximum advantage. That's what you'd expect out of this. But just like you said, excuse me once again, there. Once we happen to go towards round nine, it's going to get really difficult once that momentum is set.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we do apologize for the delays and whatnot that are happening, but we seem to have gotten a handle on it. We'll be right back, going live with the game of Unleashed Gaming, yeah, versus a Ground Nine. I almost called him, but I can't exactly do that in the current situation. I believe we all know exactly why. But coming back live with the game right now, joining our teams in round four. That is right, the match itself continued. It was just our host end that was having some issues. Round three was taken by Round 9 Esports yet again, who are now 3-0 up going into the fourth round. Back on Aviator. Unfortunately, we couldn't quite get to see what dining held for the side of G9 Esports, but excuse me, they presumably they took it well, given that they seem to be a lot more confident now in round four than at the beginning of round three. As it goes, you win these rounds, you start gaining confidence in your hold, in your peaks and gunfight potential and whatnot, and you start taking more and more risks. The only question here really is, can Unleash Gaming sort of the discussion I was sort of having with Foxy before we had to quickly go for a bit of a break, which is, can they take advantage of ground nine starting to get more and more aggressive, or the other alternative that we didn't really get to talk about is ground nine going to stay their hand. It is the qualifiers, and ground nine have been here before, so it's not exactly completely out of the out of the question to assume that over aggressiveness could be kept in check. Neuron in the meanwhile is going to get Leon, and there goes Gambit from Shreds. Shreds finds another one. Can he get a third? Is the Jaeger to get his? It's now suddenly a 1v5. Everything has just collapsed on entry, and Neuron will also find a Procyon. What is happening? Well then, this is certainly not the ground 9 that we disconnected from, if you will. Very much forward, moving forward, if you will, taking the round by storm. Didn't even give me enough time to transition over to Foxy to hear what his thoughts were on the matter. But 4-0. The attacking side not being given a single bit of chance to get a round for themselves. They only have 2 rounds to go before they're on the defense. And the way this is going, it might not look too good for the side of Unleashed Gaming.
A name that's really been grabbing my attention, I think, is Neuron, most definitely. I think I know him from somewhere. I think I remember his name was Neuron Techie or something back in the day. But that was quite the shot, coming up with that finisher shot towards the end. It was not just Neuron, it was everything else that we got to see from the side of the defense as well, just like Blackjack happened to talk about it. It was a quick round, but this time around, once again, it was a defensive favored round. 4-0. Already we are getting to see the side of Unleashed Gaming really getting shut down, honestly. Able to take the side of the defense advantage is one thing. We're able to see a 4-0 come out in the beginning of the first half. That's more than just there's more than just advantage, honestly. You happen to see them take this amazing deal for themselves, this amazing position that they put themselves up for. It most definitely will be a very dominable place for them to stand on. Let's see if they'll be able to shake them off or not. Unleashed Gaming once again. They really need to put themselves up a little bit more to where I see Ground 9 standing, because so far we've really not got them coming out with the best of plays. But once again, not really undermining the side of Unleashed Gaming. They really have put out everything that they need right now. But hey, needs that little bit of push. Maybe my words will be able to get them that push. But they still got the second half remaining. That could that might as well turn some tables for them. We've seen the side of the defense come out with some amazing stuff, some amazing turnarounds, some great comebacks. Who knows? Unleashed Gaming might just be one of those teams to bring us that. Leon is brought out the Ying. I really love this emphasis. They've got the Capital, the Ying. We've got the Zofia as well. Quite interesting lineup, honestly, now that I think about it. I don't get to see the Capital and the Ying being run at the same time a whole lot on Villa. That obviously means that we get to see a sacrifice in terms of the hard breach come out, which it will. UG once again not carrying with themselves any hard breacher. That's going to bite them in the back if they don't really intend to play this well. Let's see how that'll treat them. But hey, again, Neuron starts up with the frag, but he gets refragged right back in. And here's the kill frenzy starting up. Leon will be the one picking them up, and that's the Ying people. But he does not even need to use the flash. But hey, look at this refrag. Gabe is very strong. You got Shannon taking a kill, but wait a minute. Procyon awfully close to his own teammate. He knows there's nobody there, but he's down and out. That Shred's taking out Samai. And what is going on? Shannon is outside the map. He's trying to bait them out. Here's the Ying. He's going to get his double. Or is that the triple? There you go, Leon. Trying to find his fourth. He'll get shut down, and that's the pre-fire coming in for the Bandit. A bit. He knows there's Ying down, and he gets a freebie on the way. That'll be a double for the Bandit to collect in round 9. Once again, take this round as well. This was quite the match. In fact, you happen to see the beginning of this first half come out so strong for the side of the defense. It will put Unleashed Gaming in a very difficult spot in the second half of this match, where they'll have to make a huge amount of that comeback, which they don't want to find themselves into. 5-0, we're headed to round 6. It's the last round of this match, essentially in the first half. But will we get to see that match point taken away by this team, or is there going to be some sort of retaliation from Unleashed Gaming? That's what I'm here to find out. Let's see if the second half does happen to turn some tables for them. But right now, my eyes are on round 6.
The last round before a roll swap. First floor dining room and kitchen, the site of a choice from the defensive team. This could, excuse me right there, this could very well be Ground 9's second successive lap around the map of Villa, if you will, as we've sort of come to coin it here at the Esports Club. You know, whenever a team makes a successful rotation, we call it a lap and whatnot. I mean, I know Foxy's a bit of a racing game fan, so he was the first one to actually say it, and we sort of just followed through with it after. Right now, of course, as we all mentioned in the previous round, Unleashed Gaming, despite despite the interesting moniker that their name could potentially come out with if they wanted to, and seems like they do given their name tags, aren't exactly doing too well on attack on Villa, unlike a certain other team that has a U and a G in their main name, if you will. I know those comparisons are going to be made given the way these monikers work, but it's just a little unfortunate that Unleashed decided to choose the name that they did and then show us this performance on Villa. It does not help, and Shannon, you are definitely not helping the situation by taking down the Zofia. First things first, spawn peak right off the bat, finishes off Procyon, and that is going to make things so much harder. That's your Sophia down, and that is a big part of the soft breach. And okay, I don't know if he was like in his own comms talking to the inanimate object that is the Coup mine. Definitely shook his head there. Maybe just to add himself more like that. I've already put one down here. I didn't know, but regardless, you know, ground 9, just what a start to their qualifiers term. And well, here we go again. Ferdine is going to find one more Gambit off the board. And of course, Ferdine is a name that a lot of our viewers might remember, especially viewers from the original WD BLACK Esports Club Rainbow Six Siege League. As the Jaeger goes for another peek, but turned around at the wrong time. Somebody's going to take him out nice and quickly, but you have the Legion to deal with. Shannon still on second floor, especially with Samai so low, he jumps in without looking. And the Legion will take full advantage of that. Watches the other window. No, he wants to go for a run out. Is he going to get it? Yes, he will. No hesitation and no difficulty in that. It's a 1v4 now, all down to Skidmeister, who's been taken care of. Wait, that was a knife. Neuron, what did you do? Oh, he was prone here. No, not like this, not like that. He was sitting there the whole time. Oh,
Well, did we happen to catch that on the live stream?
oh boy.
Oh boy, that was that
Yep.
was quite the
Yep.
that was not expected, honestly.
Yep.
All right, we did see the knife come in, and he was on the drone, but it was almost like Bandit was taking care of him. That hey, it's my kill. I'm gonna get him. Nobody's gonna come around him. He was guarding him near that window, and nobody else is gonna come around. He's just looking for that final frag. But hey, quite interesting. Not the best of days for Unleashed Gaming. Let's be honest here. 6-0, not in the favor for themselves, and more importantly, match point for their opponents. They're looking at this a 7-0 victory with just one round separating them. It's really a bad day for UG to start off on this. I see you giggling there, Blackjack. I know we've got UG come out with the Union Gaming stuff, but right now, I know I'm just talking about this match in specific. Don't take me for any other meanings. Right now, Unleashed Gaming is what UG is going to mean. But coming back to what Unleashed Gaming has brought out, not the best of plays. Let's be honest here. 0-6 into the second half. I'm still a little optimistic. Still looking to see if they'll be able to put at least a few rounds, give a little bit of a fight to Ground 9, because Ground 9 has been straight up obliterating them. We're getting to see that aggression come out very well and work out in their favor. In fact, Shannon, he's been amazing. He's really just winging it at this point. We got to see him play that Mozzie as well, just coming out of the window, jumping out, staying there outside the map, just able to lure more attackers towards him. It's like he wants more of that, one of those kills for himself, all for himself, in fact. Skidmeister, meanwhile, he'll be letting out some of these Valkyrie camps. We don't get to see a whole lot of this on Villa, because usually Valkyrie is banned, of course, but here this is, of course, a very bizarre lineup that we're getting to see. But wait a minute, I think a rush is into play from the side of this attacking team. Ground 9 might just be thinking of doing that. I get to see 5 attackers, everybody on the side of this roof. That might just be the play that they need to make. Mind you, people, the site is, of course, downstairs, so that means having to relocate. Excuse me, the site is, of course, Aviator and Games Room. We go, of course, it's Aviator and Games Room. It's Villa, right? That's the first side that it's got to be. Just kidding. Heading back to the reality and into the mid-match. That is, of course, a quick take that the Zofia and the Amaru has done. Look at that. Inside the landing zone, making the push towards 90. Shannon, all the while more quick as ever. But wait a minute. 3 people peeking the same angle. Oh, that's two. Just happened to put me in that little mode of confusion. Samai will be the first one to get that frag. There we go. Unleashed Gaming. Finally starting up with the finishing, or rather opening kills this time around. It will be them to start things off and put this match into a momentum.
Most certainly, momentum is something they need, but Shred's about to fire back, and that's Leon taken care of. He wants to get into sight. Gotta be careful of the Capcan traps, so the Capcan himself in this situation. Same comes in, finishes him off again. Brooklyn goes down, trying to go for a flank, and Gambit is down too. Same has been the one doing the work. He needs to come and do more. Doesn't know there's somebody inside of vault. It's the Amaru with the double kill. Now it's a 1v3. Last man standing, Skitmeister. Last chance for Unleashed to try and win, but they won't. They won't survive this match, not in the slightest, ladies and gentlemen. Same did what he could, excuse me right there, with those 2 kills, but those were the only 2 to be gotten by the side of Unleashed Gaming. Unfortunately, their gameplay didn't quite get to be unleashed, if you will. It was grounded very quickly and very hard by Ground 9 Esports, of course, who will be winning Villa 7-0. Okay, yes, so some cracks are showing, but I have to apologize for that. 7-0 for Ground 9 on Villa, taking off on their first game nice and quickly, if you will. And I do apologize for all the puns, but hey, someone's got to do it. As as we all know, Foxy's infamous dad jokes o'clock takes a while to start up, so I had to take center stage nice and I had to take center stage nice and quickly, of course. But you know, all things considered, very quick first game, and it was only marred by a couple of delays, mostly on stream, really. The game itself went through fairly smoothly, all things considered, and we will be talking just a little bit more about that in the reel of the moment, taking a look at all of the highlights and whatnot. Of course, the highlights, however few they are, will be mostly related to Ground 9. They did win 7-0 after all. And I have to say, a very quick first game, wasn't it, Foxy?
I mean, let's be honest. Cloud9, Ground 9. There, coming back to it, it's definitely warming up. I'm warming up to my dad jokes level, but it's gonna take a while. I might as well start pronouncing team names correctly first. Coming back to what I was trying to say, Ground 9 definitely came out with quite the performance. Let's be honest here. No doubt, 7-0 is not what you get to see every day coming into this league. But I still think Unleashed Gaming gave it a good try. You know. It's not the best of teams out here. I wouldn't say Unleashed Gaming has really got a history and all. It was a good exploration of a match that I got to see a new team like this come out in the qualifiers, and that's always fun to see what they have to offer. It was most definitely more fun for their opponents to just walk over them like that. But yeah, I don't really blame them, man. Unleashed Gaming, I'm hoping to see them once again back into this tournament if they get a chance. There is, of course, but then again, you happen to come back into this pro league. It is, of course, this one bloodbath of a division that we happen to find ourselves in these group stages. And hey, that was my 2 cents on this match. There's really nothing much to add. I think we've had the time to do all of that once we happen to get into the match and just getting to relive those moments back in again. But hey, back to it. Ground 9, congratulations on them going one step closer to getting that sweet spot in Division 3 for themselves. But hey, only time can tell who's going to be that team that will be meeting in Division 3. Over and out to you, Blackjack.
Well, most certainly time will tell. Do I feel like Ground 9 is making a statement with that first win, showing that we are here to play indeed, and we want that Division 3 spot for Season 5. After all, like we said a couple times before, it is the final season, so you want to leave on the best possible mark that you can leave for this entire region, so that, you know, teams and orgs and other players take notice of you, and that, of course, can lead to bigger and better things. Every team knows this. That's why these qualifiers are so exciting, because we always get to see potentially new top tiers rising right from this bottom level. Of course, we're going to be taking a quick break now that the first game has ended, and we'll be coming back in a few minutes with the second game of the night, Bullets and Dreams versus Namak. Still a very interesting name, and it'll be coming right up in a short while. Stay tuned.
We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, Pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want. This time I won't take it to the heart. 'Cause I know we won't make it out. I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want. Let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out. We've heard it all before. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again. Pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want. This time I won't take it to the heart. 'Cause I know we won't make it out. I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want. Let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out. We've heard it all before. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 Alright, so let's move on. We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. It's alright. so let's move on. It's alright, 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 so let's move on. We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. Hey, it's alright.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the WD BLACK Esports Club Pro League 4 Rainbow Six Siege. Supported by Ubisoft here with their hosts Blackjack and Foxtrot, and of course our match admin Eisen here for Season 5 Qualifiers, match number 2 to start off this final season of the Pro League. And oh boy, what a start it is off to. You know, outside of some technical difficulties we faced earlier, we had a 7-0 coming out from Ground 9 Esports against Unleashed Gaming. I guess that UG moniker really didn't help them, even though it was the Villa map that we went to. Now we'll be heading to Map Clubhouse to see a match between Bullets and Dreams and Namak, a team that Fox was talking about quite a bit in the previous match while we were starting up, talking about all the matches tonight. Unfortunately, as we have since realized, this is a slightly different Namak roster than the one Foxy was, I believe, expecting to come out. But of course, more on that in a little bit. We'll be joining the players live on the map of Clubhouse in the ban phase nice and quickly, as Namak on the defense of the first ban of the night. And they're taking the decision with this one. It is Clubhouse after all. You want to make sure that you get your bans correct. The operators your team is weak against. And starting off, it is Thatcher. When it's Clubhouse, you can pretty much 100% guarantee a Thatcher ban to start things off. Excuse me right there. I believe we had something like, 19 or 20 Thatcher bans in the previous season alone. That's a lot of Thatcher bans. I mean, it's very much a mainstay, if you will. Although Mira did get banned nearly a similar number of times. So, yeah, defenders and attackers have their mainstays. Maverick will be the other one banned in the meanwhile from the side, right there, of Bullets and Dreams. And then a Kaid ban to follow up nice and quickly. You have the Clubhouse trio, as I like to call it, Thatcher, Maverick, and Kaid. Hard Breach taken out, and then, of course, Hard Breach Denial taken out. Namak has the last ban on the map tonight, and they will decide to ban the Valkyrie. No surprises right there. As intel and information, they will always be king when it comes to defending and attacking in a Rainbow Six, and crippling the defender's information gathering potential with a Valkyrie ban is always a smart thing to do. So Bullets and Dreams, Namak did arguably the right thing. Although they could have played around with the Valkyrie, they will decide not to, as we'll be heading on into the very first round of the match. Nice and quickly, second floor, gym and bedroom is going to be the site of choice from Namak on the defense. Interesting site to start things off of. I don't think, whenever we're on qualifiers, I don't think we see Clubhouse, gym, bedroom beginnings from a defensive team. So this should make for a very interesting round. No 6 picks from either side either. We are set. Round 1 is a go. And I've kept the man for the mic long enough. Foxy, take it away.
Thank you for that, Blackjack. And here we are finding ourselves in this amazing match. In fact, today you happen to see this first match go down to a 7-0, Almost said 1 there, because that's what I think was supposed to happen, or going to happen maybe. But if we could quickly go into this preview, Eisen, with the game, so we could have the audio as well. Just that quick switch up is left to do. But coming back into round 1, just that little note for the admin out there. It is clubhouse, so we are expecting something very standard to happen. Nothing too uh, out of the usual what we usually get to see. There we go. Just able to warm up to my words. But once again, we're back here with the mute and the smoke. Uh, I got the castle coming up as well. The bandit and the GSN brothers. Obviously, I mean you've got the Jaeger already picking up a fight. Wait, that wasn't exactly a fight. He did take some damage as he happened to make his way back. They still got the side of the attack is making their way slowly enough, but you look at this, the site does happen to be gym and bedroom. We're getting to see that very standard, or rather not so standard, of a whole extensive hole will be put into play from the side of the defense. That is all the way on to Cash. We've still got the Jaeger. I think he's a little preoccupied. I'm not sure where he's staring off to, but he's still got Mute protecting him. So far as as far as the Mute is here, the Jaeger will not have to worry about anything. But there you go. He's just gonna move back and take his position where he happens to play at. This is more than just the extensive room that we happen to see here. But just as we happen to go ahead, never mind. We're just getting some things done and dusted. Don't mind me for having to lose a few words over there. As we're getting that preview done, and there we go. Lovely. Thank you very much, Eisen, for that. Some good insight, and there we go. Now I've got audio as well. That's so much more better. Can now make better judgments as to where I see this round going. But right now, I see this round going in the favor of nobody. No early picks. Nothing that we've gotten to see from the side of the attackers, at least in terms of ground power that they want to take for themselves. The map control is what is yet left to be taken. The breaches will come in, and that's going to be some retaliation from the side of the defense. We're going to see them pick these fights, but not yet. They want to play this a little more in their favor. And Namak, I don't really blame them. They're going well about this, but this waiting game might just come back to bite them in the back. There we go. The first frag will come in. Buckshot takes a very good kill off of what the Batman returns. And hey, here's the pre-fire from KG, but no, he was not expecting that double duty takedown. They still got 7 for 7 looking for that one kill that he wants. But hey, this is a cleanup from the side of Bullets and Dreams. They've definitely brought out the bullets. But will they get the dream? And that will not come out yet. It's still got a fan going down. Jaeger coming out on the flank. He's going to get the first frag. Is he up for this little ace clutch situation that he set themselves up for? That'll just be the question that we are looking to get answered. 30 seconds and counting down to it. We've got this post-plan situation, which won't really matter. Buckshot takes his life away. And that will be Bichu taken down. That Scorpion will not be alive anymore, people. That's right. It does come down to the attackers starting off with a very strong round, knowing that it's Clubhouse. It's a defender-favored map. It'll still not be enough for Namak to hold down their own grounds on this side. That was Gym and Bedroom. That being said, they'll be headed back to CCTV and Cash Room to try their luck. Let's see what the second round happens to hold for them.
An interesting first round take, all things considered, from the side from the side of the attack. They definitely seem to have a good handle on their intel and clearance before they made their way in. And just like we said, just like Foxy said, I should say, it was pretty much a cleanup from them going into logistics and into site. And only one body was dropped right towards the end from Bichu, nothing more than that. So the first round, it was in the end around that I think Namak was taking to sort of really get used to what Bullets and Dreams is bringing out, as that could be the case. That has been the case and still is, for that matter, for most teams in, say, Division 2, even in Div 1, where some teams take just a little bit of time to start off after after some time playing majors and whatnot. Teams are sort of taking it a little chill. It is, after all, if you will, off season, officially speaking. But it's always a fun time to see these teams take the time to start up, because again, later on in the match, it makes things all the more interesting, and that's what we are here to see, of course. Right now, with the CCTV hold coming out from Namak, they've got the standard stuff, the rotates into garage and into red that we expect. Interesting decision by the Wamai to break open the CC window, but that was, of course, to put a magnet out there nice and quickly. As, again, another interesting little ADS placement to see if that will deny some of the projectiles coming in from the attackers. Bullets and Dreams, of course, they have the Zofia. So, bandit tricking will be hard, and you can see that Namak wants to go for it, so they want to have those ADSs and whatnot in place already. Hari, in the meanwhile, excuse me, took a second for me to get used to saying that, is going to be on that main wall, the Ace, looking to get the breach done, but of course he needs some support, and that's where Buckshot comes in from down below. Jones will spot where the where the smoke is, position given away, he's got to be careful as unfortunately the bandit was not quite chased away. He won't get the second one off though, as Selmas are going to go off and the ace is going to get the breach done. 2 minutes left and a little bit of headway made. Actually, that's quite a lot of headway now that I think about it. Stark in the meanwhile down below on basement, trying to cover for his teammates, make sure that nobody gets the bright idea to flank from that basement area. And Namak in the meanwhile, they've lost a little bit of ground, not a whole lot. Interestingly enough, that breach that we saw from the ace won't actually give away the position of the Wamai. What will though are all of those flashbangs and whatnot going his way, and so many marks coming in, and there we go. The grenade will find him. Stark gets the kill, and that's the fall of the Wamai. One down, nearly taking two in the meanwhile. The Legion could have been taken care of, not quite yet, as the bandit playing so close to that red stairs door is trying to see if he can deny somebody coming in from garage or from that breach. Legion going on a long flank in the meanwhile all the way from main stairs of gym bedroom. He's got to make it quick. He's gone all the way down below. This could be huge, but we're almost at the 60-second mark, and if Bullets and Dreams' last round is any indication, they will not stop, not for nothing, as they make the site approach happen more and more.
Oh, the side approach just got taken into hyperdrive. Look at this kill frenzy coming out from the side of the attack once again. It's all out of KG and ISIM. Where are they? They've gone for this long flank, but Star gets a squad. Is he up for the ace, which he'll get it, people? Bullets and Dreams, and more than that. Stark on the ace. He's coming with quite the performance. The Sledge peak performance. This is exactly what it looks like, people. 5 kills for the man for the taking, and we are only into the second half, or a second round into this match, excuse me. And this is, of course, the first half. We're getting to see the 2-0 come out in the beginning already like this. The first match, well, let's be honest, it was a 7-0. It was a dominating performance. But here we are back again, which might just look like it. Because I say this because, of course, Clubhouse is a defender-favored map. We're getting to see the side of the attackers not only take rounds, but they're able to take it with relative ease. We don't get to see a whole lot of commotion happen and that fight-back nature from the side of the defense. Not yet. Sadly, we've not gotten a great performance from this defensive team so far. Namak, like I said, it's a team that I know from a long time. It's not the same clan that I used to know back in the day. I think that Namak was a little more comprised with people who've been playing the game from a long time. But I know one thing for sure, Batman, he's been playing this for a really long time, this game especially. Come back to how I happened to meet him so many times in the rank games. A few of my rank games, in fact, back in the day. But yeah, coming back to what they've been bringing out, I'll be looking to see if Batman does happen to find himself that his own little moment of shining. Maybe the Dark Knight will rise. Well, that is of course something that we'll be finding out later as we happen to push ourselves into round 3, which will be underway. KG, he's getting all of these reinforcements done. 4G meanwhile on the other end. It's very similar names and very nice ones as well. Just happens to roll out of my tongue very easily. Doesn't have to send me thinking away, looking for some English words I can pick off. Well, at least as long as there's Blackjack, I can steal some off of him always. But no, coming back to this round, there'll be quite a lot of momentum, and I like this. Somehow Bullets and Dreams like to choose this point of insertion for themselves, especially when the side happens to be on top. They're getting the construction tunnel done, and yeah, they're just pushing from the basement. It's all the while more easy, much more efficient, and they're getting so much more headway done very quickly into the round. Barber on the metal stairs and Buckshot comes around that corner just a second ago. And there you go. Yeah, he's able to get that blue control done so easily. It's just going to come down to that breach that we will see happen just like we did in the last round. Once again, Bullets and Dreams being very patient with what they want to do. Nothing that is overboarding them, and that's exactly how you want to play this. We saw Batman Returns get bombarded with so many nades and flashes and ash charges and whatnot in the last round. That was on Garage, but this time there's somebody else to fight against. They have Bichu, but hey, here's the Bandit picking up a fight with Buckshot. That MP7 does not connect, though there's some pre-fires coming in, but not enough to make this something useful. And like I said, the bombardment, once again, it's on the side of Garages. We're getting to see all of that utility being burned out, but Bichu, he's the man that we've got our eyes on. He's going to be the playmaker if he happens to make something out of this. The clash, holding everybody down. None of that aggressive attack push has come out, but hey, so many flashes. It's going to come down to my man Bichu just blinded. And what a shot from 4G. Connects to the head of Buckshot. He's going to get taken down. Hurry though. He'll make sure he gets his own refrag, and Bichu does get shut down. The clash has been taken down, people. That refrag came in not Not a whole lot while later, but here is Reyna. He's not wanting to stop either. He gets Batman returns, and once again, is the fall on the side of Garage as the attackers make their push on towards side. It's a 3 versus 4. Make that a 3 versus 3. We just saw 7 for 7 leave the game. Well, let's see what happens with a minute left.
Not the best time to disconnect, that is for sure. Bullets and James will be reeling from those effects. Not quite. Stark is going to make sure that they don't as he finds Ice Simp in the meanwhile. That's another one taken care of, and now it's down to the last two. The rhyming names, Fauji and KG, as Fauji himself is coming up the garage area, but the pre-fire gives away his location. C4 comes in, cannot find Stark. Unfortunate. KG in the meanwhile out of gas grenades. He has to go if he wants to deny this, but is being watched by a repeller, of course, and that's the ace. Kosaksi just watching, but Stark himself is going to take the gunfight, double kill, and there's Reyna to finish it off. Fauji to fall. The man with the ace making the plays once again as Bullets and Dreams are 3 rounds up on the attack on Clubhouse. Do we get to see this often? No, we do not, but we'll get to see it in the instant replay. 3-0 going into round 4, but we have to pause, unfortunately, because of course, the disconnection, that happened not too long ago. 7 for 7. He couldn't hang on, if you will, unfortunately, and he got taken out of the game before he could reconnect. Looks like he can't actually connect back, so we're gonna have to go into a full-blown rehost from the side of Bullets and Dreams. We do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, but we're only getting the information as we are sharing it with you. It is fast. I will say that the information is coming in quickly, which is slightly refreshing given our everyday proceedings. But that's no slight to any of the other teams. I'm just saying what is a fact is a fact. Sometimes there's so much information being thrown around and whatnot. What is real and what is actually happening, when it gets to us, it can be a little late. So getting to relay the information to all of our viewers at home quickly is always a nice thing to have. Full-blown rehost from the side of Bullets and Dreams to get 747 back in, but given the fact that they're all ready and they're all willing to continue this game, I do think that is going to be a nice and short one before, of course, we move forward with today's match. While, of course, 3 rounds have gone down, and all I can say to that is Bullets and Dreams, well, they are definitely getting close to achieving that dream. Namak, in the meanwhile, not so much. Their defense has been shaky, to say the least.
I mean, let's be honest here. Clubhouse does happen to come out as a defender favored map. We're getting to see Namak not being able to take advantage of a situation like that. Does happen to put things into perspective and into question for that matter. Not only that, it's not just Namak being able to come out with a lackluster performance. I think Bullets and Dreams have been good with their attack so far. They've been very slow. We don't get to see them take that high road just because they're leading with the man count or even with the time. Sometimes we're getting to see them take that very slow but methodical push. Everything's been accounted for, and that coordination that is coming out of them, that is definitely does take practice. There's the way they happen to be clearing out the entirety of garage with all of that bombardment coming in on the side of rafters as well. So just as you happen to think about this, it is more than just what Namak has brought onto table. I'm sure it is Bullets and Dreams bringing a little bit more than just their play today. They've definitely been outsmarting the side of the defense so far, and I'm looking to see if they'll be able to do that a little bit more or not. But going ahead into this match, it's once again Clubhouse. So it is, of course, I wouldn't really say it's become repetitive or something like that. This is a new season, some new energy. In fact, I myself am having to come back to casting Clubhouse after a long time. But it is a predictable map. That does not take it. That does not make it any different. And just as you happen to take a look at this, Namak and Bullets and Dreams, both of them will be going. Of course, I'll be looking to see if Namak is able to make that pushback. But hey, my bet will still be on Bullets and Dreams. I'm getting to see a player that we've been following for a long time coming into Pro League and even into this one. It is, of course, Buckshot I'm talking about. He's been here for quite a while. He's been around so many teams, even into Div 2. Does happen to come back with all of that experience for yourselves. You want to make sure you're sharing that to the team, and looks like he just did. Bullets and Dreams looking very, very secure and just all the while more confident into getting this match for themselves. But that being said, that's just words, people. We'll begin to see if Bullets and Dreams can do that or not as we happen to get into the match very soon. Everybody's into the lobby. That's right. Not going to be waiting a whole lot of time keeping you guys busy with our faces to stare at. Obviously, we want to get into the action, watch what happens and what goes down into this beautiful map of Clubhouse. That's right, people. I'll be wasting any more time getting into the match, resuming it right now on your screen just a bit. Here, Bullets and Dreams and Namak with BNB in the lead. That's right. We saw them take that 3-0 lead before we happened to go for the reverse. And now here we are looking to see if Namak can make that fight back or not. We'll be going into the match right now and let's see what this round brings us.
Before we get into this round, which seems to be going to Basement Church and Arsenal Room right off the bat, I do have to, a little bit of a tidbit, if you will, of my experience with the name Namak. And I don't mean it in the same way that you do, Foxy, that, it was an old roster, but they've changed and these are new faces for the most part. No, when I first looked at today's schedule, I didn't actually read it as Namak, I read it as Namek. And I believe you know exactly where that could potentially go.
I know exactly where you're what you're talking about, Blackjack. There's no way I forget that planet's name.
Absolutely, but yeah, it was weird. I was thinking like, no way we're gonna finally have a reference to that particular show here in the Pro League, and turns out it's not. It's really just NACL. But for the time being, and no, I do not mean like NA as in North America. Okay, that is another thing that I should probably. I should probably make that clear as well, because we've had people from overseas as well watching the league every now and again. Somebody that I believe we're all familiar with to a certain extent. So for the time being, round 4 will be underway without too much haste. Basement Church and Arsenal, nothing too particularly different that I'm seeing from Namak in this round per se, other than maybe an interesting use of a deployable shield on that blue rotate from the smoke, KG. And that's of course primarily going to be looking towards that moto entry, but that's going to need a solid hold on blue, because that will be exposed from multiple angles. There are soft walls next to it, and of course the rotate itself is a gigantic line of sight onto that smoke's back, or whoever's going to be playing there for the most part, right? So the defenders will have to sort of rally around that, make that not necessarily the central point of their defense, but definitely a nexus of their defense this round. Something that they want to emphasize on, because Moto is a very common entry point, and one that can become a chokehold, if you will, onto attackers if you're able to deny them other sides of a push. Say Dirt, say Kitchen Hatch, they get denied. Well, where do the attackers go from? Moto, and that is where things could get really dicey for Bullets and Dreams. So it's going to be up to BND if they are able to read into this, into what Namak is doing, and hold on to their push, the one that they want to do, and not get pressured too early. Now, first things first, I'm seeing a bit of an issue here, which is the fact that the Vigil is still present on second floor. He hasn't been pressured too much just yet. Bichu, the Scorpion up here, he could make for some big plays. As the C4 goes out, Stark takes a little bit of damage, not a whole lot. He's still alive. That's what really matters here. But the Vigil descending down central stairs right now, he could make something big of a situation as a double down comes in, but Batman Returns will take care of Buckshot, and Ice Sim gets taken down by Stark. A frag for a frag, or I should say a soul for a soul in this situation. Right, in the meanwhile, pushing up Dirt, trying to see if he can make this round for his team. Maybe that Dirt push is exactly what they need. Well, Batman Returns is trying to contest, and he will go down. Unfortunate. The Ash, I don't think, knows that. But now we have a double flank. Oh, no. The Vigil might not be flanking. It's going to be up to the Jaeger. Unfortunately, going to get taken down. The Vigil's not exactly in a good position right now. Rana finds one more. He managed to take out Batman Returns. Bichu gets disconnected, and now it's all down to KG. Last man standing suddenly in a 1v4 post plant at that. 40 seconds on hand. He's trying to get in, takes a bit of damage, does some to send for 7, but he's got somebody else to deal with on that blue door. He's going to try and get in. The callouts will be given. Reynolds is watching, waiting for the entry. Doesn't need to. He's going to push it himself and get the kill. KG goes down, and Bullets and Dreams will take round 4, continuing their momentum snowballing, quite literally, into effect for this round. No defensive rounds have been taken so far by the side of Namak, and they have so far not had a great time, if you will. We've excuse me right there, we've had to pause once again, this time from the side of Namak, because of course we saw the disconnect coming in from the Visual Bichu. Of course, we're a little confused as well because because their teammate Batman returns. He asked for a Rios, but then he said pause 1 minute. We're just making sure that Bichu can join back before we go back into the match itself. And I have to say, B&D really they just took the round by storm yet again. At one point, it looked like they might be contested a little bit. Something could be coming out from the side of the defense, but unfortunately, Namak didn't have. Didn't have too much, if you will, to show us in this situation. And well, we all saw the end. We all saw how the end of the round went. With all that being said, we're just waiting on, of course, the last player to reconnect again. It's a little weird, these things. These pauses and Rios, they come out quite often, even in season 4, for the qualifiers, but they usually don't take too long to get resolved. Hopefully, this one as well. Apparently, a game crash happened, and yeah, I mean, that's what is that? 2 for 2 today? A little unfortunate. But all things considered, a very good attacking start from the side from the side of B&D. They're looking very strong. And I have to say, going forward into qualifiers, I'm going to be interested to see where this team goes.
Let's be honest, that's exactly what I'm looking forward to see as well. But more importantly, it is, of course, all right, let's be honest here. I was expecting to see the real Namak squad I knew back in the day. So it's a little unsettling that I'm not getting to see the OG Namak come out and play today. Unless, of course, if they've come out with the new brands, rebranding of their names. I'm not sure. That has happened to, now that I think about it, I only remember Utkarsh from the past Namak clan. I hope it's the same Namak clan. I'm not sure. Maybe somebody, some fan or some supporter in the chat could educate us on that, about that. At least me. I'm very curious. Just happens to take me back to the days of late night rank grinds where I would somehow mostly always come across the Namak clan with a 5 stack, and I gladly have won some games. But anyways, coming back to this match, we've got the reconnection coming in, and it's a 4-0, which I'm looking to see, rooting for Namak especially for them, because I want to see what they've got for us into this match. 4-0 has been a lackluster performance, but more importantly, it's been a shutdown that Bullets and Dreams could not put out. Even they could not have made it more dominable, let's be honest here. But that's just words, people, and as I always happen to talk about it, we'll be going back into the game. The reconnection is here. Bichu has joined back, and we'll be resuming the match where we left it off from round 5. Without any additional time taken away from you guys, people, heading into it right now on your screens, Gym and Bedroom is going to be the side from the side of the defense.
Gym and Bedroom, where this entire thing started off on from the side of Namak. Maybe it's a round that they can emphasize on, a side that they can emphasize on this time around to give themselves a little bit of an advantage. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depends on how you really look at it, it could be that they finally start taking rounds after this pause. It could be that little break, just a little bit of time to really talk about where they were going wrong is what they really needed. As I'm sure a lot of teams in the qualifiers have to take those little pauses every now and again. Reevaluating your position and making adaptations is one of the big things that keeps us as casters and your enemy teams guessing. That's one of the main focal points of a Rainbow Six as an esport. You want to keep your enemy guessing. You don't want to be repetitive. You don't want them really to fall into a rhythm where they're constantly just beating you on whatever you try, because it's just a variation of the same thing. You want to try different holds, different sites, maybe extended roam, maybe your turtle hold, something or the other. It's bound to work out, especially if it can bamboozle your opponents in any given match. Of course, that's just one part of the whole strategy of winning any given match, and there's a whole bunch of things that go into it that we can't really get into right now because it's a lengthy discussion at best, and it would take up just a little bit too much time and a little bit too much away from covering the actual match that's going on. So coming back to round 5, we've got an interesting hold, definitely a little bit of emphasis towards Cash that is going to be challenged by Irena the Ash. Only, interestingly enough, he could have a 747 coming to help him with a little bit of hard reach and whatnot, and it seems like that is the case. Lines aside being made as Buckshot is also holding cross angle into Cash through that construction window. Gotta be very careful. He's gonna see one, but no, that's a team kill. Batman returns. Oh, he's gonna make sure the KG doesn't return in this situation, and he will get the kill onto Reyna. That's an important one, mind you. The Ash is down. One of the playmakers for the side of B&D. 4v4, but a very unfortunate team kill, and the Sledge suddenly making his way into Jacuzzi corridor is gonna make things a whole lot harder, as side itself is about to be pushed, and it's about to be a big and indeed.
Stark once again tearing everybody apart, but not for long. He'll get shut down with that little peek coming in from 4G. He's going to shut him down. A 3 versus 3 is still in effect, and somehow he walks away with that from the main stairs. Jacuzzi pre-fire was still into play, but hey, he's not going to be surviving this one from the Hibana. It's going to be quick for 747 to catch him off guard. Making his way on site is just too... He's really unhinged at this point. Really nothing holding him back except for that death. 747 goes down very quickly enough, just too anticlimactic. Well, we only see that attempt on the diffuser come out, but hey, is there a denial down below? Oh, there is, but Bicho, he does not have a C4. He's got to go for the kill, which he won't be able to, and that means it's a post-plan. All of a sudden, the side in the hands of the Legion, Isim and Bicho, the only ones left alive. 30 seconds and the clock is now ticking down, and what a shot comes out from the Jaeger. That's from the main stairs. Bicho looking to get that final one for him and just get this clutch. Will that be Buckshot being able to get this or not? No, he won't be able to do so. Isim for M4R4 will be getting that final frag while his friend just gets that counter defuse done. And like I said, people, I'll be looking to see what Namak has to offer, and right now they have a good round to offer for us. They'll be taking this amazing 2 versus 2 clutch for themselves. They'll be making this something useful for them. They'll not be letting Bullets and Dreams walk away with a perfect first half of a round. At least not yet, not now. We might even get a CR4 to 2. Who knows? That's exactly what we're here to find out on the round 6, which will be underway, and the site is Church and Arsenal.
Church and Arsenal coming out from the side of the defense, and an interesting round from Namak, even though their hold itself wasn't particularly, it was good, definitely a lot better than the first attempt at Gym Bedroom that they did a few rounds ago. It was mostly that those gunfights they took, and a little bit of bad positioning, I do have to say, from the side of the attacking team that ended up getting them killed in this situation. Now that we are in round 6, of course, Bullets and will be adapting from those mistakes, I hope, and making sure that they don't repeat them at any cost. Namak, in the meanwhile, have brought out the Jaeger Wamai combo, something that we haven't seen for some time, at least not as in tandem as they used to be as operators, if you will. Excuse me out there. Given everything that we've seen post Operation Neon Dawn, with all the changes to both Wamai and Jaeger, excuse me, there are a whole list of them, if you will, and that of course has made things all the more interesting in this between these two. Their old dynamic, the very powerful dynamic that they used to have, isn't quite as strong, given that of course both ADSs and magnets no longer take priority, if you will. If an ADS sees something in its range, it will zap it regardless of if it's caught in a magnet. That's going to cause both of them to get used up in that situation. So of course, that little change right there effectively killed the Jaeger Wamai combo. But wait a minute, we've got a big push into dirt already. That is Buckshot trying to see if he can make something of this. Not quite. He's going to encounter a barricaded door, forced to give away his position, but he's going to drone things out first and foremost. As Isim got in towards that kitchen hatch just a little bit too late. I think he wanted to trick it, but he wasn't able to. Sends out an impact anyway for good measure. Actually, that wasn't an impact from him. Could have been from somebody else, anybody else really. Could have been a breaching round for all we know. But point notwithstanding, explosions will happen across the map. You've got plenty of soft breach after all. But for the time being, we're going to have verticality being established by Stark the Sledge. Buckshot still prone on dirt, a position that Bullets and Dreams seem to really like that position. And they've got arguably one of their best men in that situation, in that position, holding it down. Stark has got to be careful droning inside of Kitchen, however. A C4, one rogue C4 could really take him out. But Forgy, the one with the C4, is not in a position to make that play. Minute 30 on the clock, and Forgy's going to start things off by finding Buckshot. Big drop. That's going to open up dirt, but more importantly, that is going to close off dirt from the attackers. Reyna is here to see if he can make something, get something back from that same position. Batman Returns might be his enemy in just a second. Minute 15 on the clock. The Jaeger, he's doing some quick peek action over here. So is Reyna, but the plan's going off. Excuse me, 7 for 7 is already in. Shots are being fired. Forge has been down in the meanwhile, but no, the plant has been denied. No, it's going back down again. 7 for 7. He's taking damage. He wants to go for this. Reyna is so low on HP, but 7 for 7 will go down inside Sim, inside a deep arsenal. He's taking 1. Can he take 2? Yes, he does. It's Stark off the board. He takes 3. That's Reyna down. Suddenly, it's all up to the ace, the last man standing. And will he see one? Yes, he does. Takes the first, but it's a 1v4 now. Drops him to side this position, give it away via the Echo Jones. That's what was stopping the plan from going off, and so many angles to watch. None of it could be emphasized on. KG will take the kill. And just like Foxy predicted, it will be a 4-2, not a 5-1, not a 6-0, a 4-2 to differentiate from the previous match that we had. And now, with 2 rounds under the belt, the momentum dented and some would even say halted from the side of Bullets and Dreams. Can Namak on the attack make the best of the situation that they found themselves in? Round 7 rolls up means that they will be on the attack. B&D are on the defense. And we're headed straight back to second floor, gym and bedroom.
Gem and bedroom, the good old, very reliable site. Come back to it. You happen to think about it. A good one to open up on as well. That is, of course, the second half and the beginning of one for the side of B&D. Bullets and Dreams will be looking at gym and bedroom to be their safe haven for now. Let's see if that is, of course, or not. It's just the way we happen to see a gym bedroom hold come out from the side of the defense. When Namak was here, they started off on the same side as well. That did not bode too well for them, let's be honest. But coming back to what we've seen Namak with that little freshness in their approach, and like I predicted, in fact, I'm very happy for Namak that they've been able to put those 2 rounds on board, because I was almost scared that are we going to see another one of those dominable performances, the 6-0s and the 7-0s and whatnot. Looks like Namak has other plans for us. Right now, it's going to come down to this really weird question I happen to ask around quite a bit. Am I going to see Namak come out with those attacker favored rounds into this match in the second half? That's a difficult feat to pull off, honestly. You see, Bullets and Dreams is not a team that wants to let them walk away with this victory, but just from where we stand, it just might. Let's see what comes down to this. Is there going to be a fight back on the equalizer? This round and the next one are going to be huge, very huge deciders of that, because like Blackjack happened to talk about it before this match as well, before the last one as well, that once we happen to enter the second half and somewhere around the round 9 and the round 10, the momentum and the speed of that match and that round and that moment is so much. It's difficult to keep up with it, and just have all your senses at your attention at all the time. That being said, Hari, once again, he's out here, he's trying to get the drones. He knows he's expecting somebody from the side of logistics, but does not want to overpeak it. That's exactly how I would want to play it as well, but hey, careful with that window. You're exposing yourselves out of that crouch peak. They still got the breaches coming out well and easy. In fact, for the side of the attackers, KG doing this, making things all the while more easier for the side of the breaches to go for them. They still got that retaliation, the flank watch coming in. None of that aggressive defenders. Usually get to see them come out of the beaks from the side of Strip Club as well. Some of them even go for the secret tunnel peak as well. None of that stuff that we've gotten to see so far. That only makes me believe that this turtle hole is something that Bullets and Dreams have tried out before, and they're looking to win this based off their crossfires. Stark positioning himself in a really good spot right now. Just gonna get a few of those gas canisters out. Buckshot. He might might be walking into a possible trap here. There you go. The pre-fight does come in, but that quick peek is what is going to save him. Bichu coming up the main stairs. This is being anticipated. Stark meanwhile gets a frag out of Simp. I'm not sure where that came in from, but that's going to be something that Stark most definitely will need for his team. Looking at a 1 minute mark, we're seeing these 60 seconds boil down to something or nothing. In fact, let's see in whose favor they come out to be on.
Smoke's going out, and that's exactly on Bichu's location. That could be big right now. Forgy's gotten in. He gets a double. Unfortunate. Falls in the bathroom, and there you have the Ash taking another one as more and more fall. But you have a little bit of fight back, if you will. 7% takes 1. Can he take 2? Not quite. Batman Returns was there, and so was Bichu to try and just get the situation back in hand. C4 goes out. Not going to do anything. Reyna is effectively giving away his position. Batman Returns wants to peek him, but he will go down a little bit bit too low on health to make that happen. But now he's put Reyna in a bit of a tough spot. If he goes for the peak onto Jacuzzi, he's exposing himself even more. But most importantly, there's one in logistics and, of course, one on that balcony. Position given away. Reyna needs to try and find these last two. And if he does, this could be a huge play, but he only has so much time. He's going for the counter defuse. Will he be found? Not quite. Foggy has to go in. And the ace, the Ash from the other side be the one to secure the round. That could have gone south very quickly had Bichu not decided to peek right then and there. But of course, they had the mute in a bit of a catch-22, and he did what he thought was best in the given situation. 4-3 is now the scoreline, as slowly but surely Namak is bringing things back, if you will, making it known that they are not about to give up, not in the slightest, and they are one round away from equalizing and making that a reality. B&D, in the meanwhile, 4-3, they still have the lead. But now that it's Clubhouse on defense, you might see them start emphasizing a little bit more on defender-based strategies. I am seeing the castle over there, and that's not a 6-pick out that the defenders wanted. So, all things considered, we might see some Clubhouse roam, extended roam strategies and whatnot. With a little bit of variation, of course. You don't exactly see the original roam hold coming out anymore these days. Some adaptations and whatnot have to be made, and we'll see what they are. But for the time being, you've got the mute and the Mozzie combo, so it's a little more akin to what we've grown used to, if you will, from these extended roam hold strategies and whatnot. The real question is, are Namak going to see this and think that it's an easy rush into sight, or are they going to contest the hold from afar and effectively speaking, walk into the trap that Bullets and Dreams are setting for themselves? Again, it'll go down to the gunfights and positioning from both teams, but the ball is in Namak's court, and they are going to have to be the ones to make the deciding play. Whether or not their play decides them winning this round is the real question.
That is, of course, a question I'm looking for answers myself. But hey, Namak, I'm not disappointed, people. That's quite the fight back I'm getting to see from them. Coming so close to an equalizer, I might as well be rooting for one. 4-4 is where we are looking to see round 8 go to. But hey, that is, of course, Namak and Bullets and Dreams' round to make and decide. Batman Returns is back at the Hibana. Not the best of positions for Batman Returns to be on, honestly, with that potato coming out in the main stairs. That was not expected. The Hibana should have gotten that kill, but nevertheless, a good trap from the side of B&D. We'll still be looking to see how that happens to influence this round, but back into this, a good attempt of a comeback. Bullets and Dreams has been so good with their performance so far. Bullets and Dreams has to shut down Namak before they take down too much momentum. Might as well put them in that spot that you don't want to be on. I see him. He's going to come out with this hammer just as he happens to hear that C4 blow off, and that was a good bait and switch, but there's another one on the follow-up, which won't connect either. 7 from above, though. He'll be getting one for himself. Isim goes down, and that's the roam play, people. You've got to send your drones in, and looks like Namak did not. They did not expect that come out from the side of Bullets and Dreams, and that's so much time taken off the board. Not enough map control, and guess what? Now, the entirety of the attack is just shaken. They're just not able to find that composure for themselves, and just from the looks of it, Buckshot might be lining up for somebody right next for his kill. There you go. 7 for 7 will be the one to find that kill. Anyway, he gets down in the process. Buckshot will be there to pick him up, though, in just a while. He happens to check this angle if there is anybody. In fact, there is. KG will be the man who's trying to pick out this flying drone. Oh, he's almost about to leave his guard. No, that's the worst time he could get off from that position on Buckshot. He might be able to get this revive away. He might just be able to get his teammate back on the foot. It will put them back into that 5v3 situation. But as of now, let's just say, essentially, it's a 4 versus 3. 7 for 7, just crawling for his man. That is a little hard to watch. Buckshot, he's got a heart of a stone. Come on, man. If it was me, I would have gone to help him. Buckshot, you don't let a homie lie like that on the battlefield right beside you. Come on, I'm just kidding. Back into this, not wanting to take risks. Buckshot playing that a little more with a little more intelligence and might I say cunningness. Not entirely playing that with his instinct. We'll be seeing that push happen, and Batman returns. He's gonna get that very nice kill with the headshot. They still got the C4s coming into play, but that's just for the rotation. Are they going to get this denial? Yes, they will. Buckshot with the perfect kill, and that's one that he needed, which he'll get the final one as well. Through that Tom Cruise Mission Impossible drop down through the hatch, will get his life taken off in the middle of it. Look at that. He was dead before he hit the ground, and that's what you like to see. It'll come out from the side of Bullets and Dreams. They'll be the ones to put another one on this board. It will be a 5-3 scoreline for themselves. They're looking to take this to match point, but hey, let's see if Namak has something to say about it or not. Round 9 will be underway. We'll be headed back to gym and bedroom. Let's see what Namak has in store.
Gym and bedroom once again from the side of Bullets and Dreams, as they will reinstate their longer lead for the time being. It's only 2 rounds though, and they have to make sure that they get 2 more rounds to win this match in and of itself. And they're completely denied the possibility of a comeback from the side of Namak. It's going to take some doing, but they could certainly get it for themselves if they just continue the way they did in the last round. Make sure that your defenders are in positions of power, and even if they have to move out of it, make sure that you win your gunfights. Your positioning is not, disadvantageous at all. And interestingly enough, right towards the end, when it came down to raw one-on-one gunfights where Namak had to push hard to try and secure the plant, it came down to a little bit of quick thinking, if you will. He used the C4 from the lead not to try and lob it over the shelf of Arsenal, rather to use it as a rotate to deny the plant. Buckshot, he was probably the one to tell the mute about the idea, and guess what? It worked out very, very well indeed. Now, of course, coming into round 9, that will make things just a little bit more difficult for Namak. Again, 1 round away from match point, definitely a lot of pressure on Bullets and Dreams, but a lot more on Namak, because not only do they have to stop Bullets and Dreams from getting into match point, but they also have to get themselves to that 5-round score. It's quite a few rounds that they have to play almost perfectly, if you will. And given the way Bullets and Dreams have performed in the entirety of this match so far, that one is going to be difficult. I believe that's a smoke grenade from the ace. Interesting decision from Fauji right there. But that will, of course, only blind a little bit of the attackers and defenders, and a little bit of damage done to the castle right there. Could have done a little bit more there, Zofia, to get that kill, but of course it was a bit of blind fire trying to find his location. The Super Shorty, of course, has only so much range, and he wasn't exactly sure how far to go in this situation, but 747 is going to find one. That's KG off the board. Big drops as the Zofia, one of your soft breachers, is gone. 5-4 is the score line, and it's going to make this just again a lot more difficult. Namak losing these bodies in these situations has not helped them. And it's not as if Bullets and Dreams is doing anything too spectacular or extremely praiseworthy in the situation. Bullets and Dreams is very standard. And there's a reason it's very standard. That's because they know what they're doing. It's something that's been tried and tested by not just them, but many, many teams. And Namak is falling prey to those decisions. Buckshot's gonna find one more. That was on the hatch of logistics. That is a bit taken care of. Reina wanted to go for a peek out of the CCTV window. Couldn't find anybody for the time being. He will just fall back. SMG-11 in hand. A little bit of breaching done via the Selma breaches, but how much is that going to accomplish is the question that we are here to answer. 50 seconds remaining. Garage emphasis. Going to have to go through Reina in this situation. Will he be able to? 45 seconds remain. Time is of the essence, and Batman returns. Oh boy, he's gonna get taken down. In the meanwhile, Isimp gets the down onto Reina. I don't think he knows that he did actually down him, which will give plenty of time for some cover to come in as Hurdy's gonna go down. That's Fauji taking a kill, making some plays right now as Isimp and Fauji come in with a couple, and 747 comes back around to take one. Isimp gets denied, and now it's a 2v1. Very much possible, given that he has the AK in hand, of course, the ace inside of sight with Diffuser, trying to find the Wamai first from the looks of it. And 747 has to be careful. He could be in trouble here. He doesn't know that he's so close, getting taken out. And now it's all down to him and the bandit. Stark inside the bathroom. Will he be found? Pre-fire comes in and very nearly could have been his round. Fauji I have to say, that was a good attempt from both him and I Simp, trying to weather the storm, get the ship back in balance. But it couldn't be for the side of Namak again, just not in a position to really get those plays, if you will. Even if they knew the positions from the side of BND managing to get away via early kills and good holds, making sure they don't get refragged onto until it's the very end, where Namak's chances keep going down farther and farther the longer they take, the more the seconds pass. Namak, their response to this has to be just a little bit more aggressive, maybe following up on what they need to do to, maybe drone ahead for your teammates, your spearheads. That will definitely help them in this situation, and they desperately need that help. Why do I say that? Because Bullets and Dreams are on match point. 6-3 is the scoreline. Namak are very much staring down the barrel, but they can't afford to fall in. Not just yet. One round, then another, then another. That's how it snowballs into a potential overtime. And that is what we are going to be seeing if Namak manages to bring themselves back into play. CCTV, the side of the shoulder. I messed that up. I did everything correctly and then I messed that up. I genuinely do not like when I do that. But anyway, CCTV, the site of the showdown, and round 10 underway.
Thank you for that, Blackjack. That was really perfect. That's okay. We are witnessing some nearly perfect plays from both the sides of these teams as well. But coming back to the point in hand, it is most. Oh boy, this is going to be one hell of a jump scare for Buckshot, or is it not? He's more than just prepared for it. His feet will get spotted if there's a drone coming in, unless of course there's no push coming in from the side of the attack. That was very scary. Let's be honest. I almost thought that the breach will come in a little sooner and the run in as well along with it. But so far, none of that. We've still got Buckshot playing straight in that position though. It's going to come down to putting a bullet in him, because if you don't, he will make sure he shuts you down. We've seen Buckshot come out with some explosive plays like that in positions like that, especially when he's on rafters holding down the garage all by himself. Raina, he's playing all the way inside of a bedroom. He's still looking to get this gameplay done for himself, but 7 for 7 aggressively peeks the breach and gets 4G. That's a kill, people. That's right. The ace will not be surviving anymore. The Selma breaches will not be affecting the round anymore, unless of course they've already done some of the breaches that they had to get done, and Buckshot will be done as well. It'll be the kill coming in from the Zofia, but 7 for 7 for another one. 7 for 7 might just be able to find an ace this time around. We're getting to see that retaliation, the fight back mode come out from his end. But Stark, he's having none of it either. Just happens to scrape the side of the Hibana and fall back. But Hibana, she's doing some damage. And Sofia finds the man who was just stray, trying to find his own safe haven back to side. 7 for 7 on the triple. It's been this man's name on my tongue for quite a bit. This round has been his. Are we looking to see that ace confirmation come out from him? It's a 2 versus 2, 7 for 7, looking for those 2 more kills for himself. KG coming up the main stairs, his position given away. He's going to get that kill. There's no more aces coming out, people. It's a possible clutch right now for the side of Ryan. Of course, he's got to go for this kill if he wants to, but there's 2 attackers that he's got to find in totality. Looking at the C4 detonation coming in, not the best of C4s to be placed. Let's be honest here, the diffuser retrieval has happened as well, but the push-up from the side of the attack is happening. Reyna is being very cheeky and just all the while more unpredictable. He's going to come in with this white peak, which will get punished by Batman Returns himself. Does not even want to go for the plant. Namak will be the team who will buy themselves a breather, in fact, right now for this round. They needed that so direly. They'll be pushing us for themselves and us for that matter into round 11. So many mistakes up there, and my Englander will get myself corrected in that little moment I have while getting myself rested. But jokes apart, 6-4 match point still in the favor of Bullets and Dreams, but that is just something that does happen to things, put things into perspective. 2 rounds away from that possible equalizer that I can see Namak getting it. Bullets and Dreams is no team you want to take for a ride. They might just be able to get this 1 round. That is all they need. Round 11 will be underway. And of course, the side is Church and Arsenal. What better side could you take yourselves to? And hey, Blackjack, I see some interesting 6 picks coming out you might be interested to talk about.
Oh, most certainly. As anybody who's been watching this league for some time knows, whenever there's a fuse in play, you love to see it. At least that's my 2 cents on the whole fuse fuse thing being brought out from the side of Namak. Yes, I entirely forgot what to actually say. I know that Foxy mentions that he likes to steal words from me on the odd occasion, but sometimes I have to steal words from him because I entirely forget what I'm supposed to say in certain situations. When you have so many words running around in your head, sometimes you forget a few here and there. I guess that can also be called the definition of a weird flex, because a vast vocabulary is not something that people usually flex out in the real world, if you will. Maybe here, maybe while commentating and casting and whatnot, but of course, Baba might have something to say about that. His vocabulary is unmatched, as we all know, of course. For the time being, we're going to be heading into round 11 right there.
I was almost about to sneak in, oh yeah, there, but just going to roll with it.
Yeah, I ended up rolling right through into match transition. I do apologize, but I get it. His love for Oryx is definitely something that we've taken note of over the course of the Pro League, and it's appreciable. Oryx is definitely an operator that needs just a little bit of love. But oh boy, Buckshot gave away his position, unfortunately, via the impact that went out to make some vertical lines of sight. Of course, that was mostly to help his teammates, so to speak, but even then, that didn't exactly do him any favors, if you will. With one man down, Bullets and Dreams are once again at a bit of a disadvantage. Buckshot, one of the playmakers of the board, trying to get themselves into a bit of a better position, and that is what we will be seeing if they can get themselves into for the time being. Namak, in the meanwhile, you have the fuse coming in, but no, Isim's going to go down after detonating just one cluster charge, and that's a C4 from down below. The man count has been equalized, and now you have Reyna watching from above. He'll get taken down, needed to watch logistics itself, and KG will push in, take that kill. That's that roam game cleaned up on for the most part from the side of Namak. Minute 20 on the clock. Bullets and Dreams now facing a bit of a situation. 3 versus 4. Can they weather the storm? Doesn't look like it, as Harry's going to take a little bit more of a damage right here. That's not going to help him either. Castle, low on HP, Stark holding dirt. He's going to see the armor of the Zilfia pre-fires, and that's actually the Hibana, excuse me. Even then, position given away for the Melusi. Batman returns. He's going to peek this. Doesn't quite get the head. He wants it. He definitely does, but damage done to him instead. Stark is a little low on HP, admittedly. And his head definitely is peeking out through there, but Harry's going to go down in the meanwhile. Fauji gets that. Batman returns is a little low, but no, the kills are being taken, and it's back-to-back for Namak. They've taken round 11. And oh boy, this is getting more and more close. We have the potentially full comeback coming in from Namak as they will push on to round 12, the round of ones, ladies and gentlemen. It is 6-5 on the scoreline as Bullets and Dreams, they're one round away, have been one round away from winning this whole thing for a while now, while Namak are one round away from equalizing and pushing for match point. That is going to be something that we really I don't think we really expected, given that it was a 4-0 in the first half of the match. 4-2, admittedly, they started making a bit of a comeback. That was where we started, looking into the idea of a comeback from Namak. And they are now one step away from realizing a majority of it. Why do I say a majority of it? Because, of course, a comeback isn't just about equalizing the round count. It's also about actually getting the comeback through all the way, winning the match for yourselves. That would be a big way for Namak to start off in Season 5, and that would definitely force us here at the Esports Club to keep our eyes on them in future matches. Something that, of course, we've done before. We're accustomed to it at this point, some could say, certain team names like Exterminate Esports and LYSE Valiance might bring up some storylines that we've had before of teams coming from the qualifiers and rising to the top. Of course, Mischief Gaming also somewhat factors into that. And there's other names and whatnot. You know, many teams have come in, rosters have changed, and new players have been brought into the fold. It's one of those phases, if you will, for the South Asian region. And oh boy, is it going to bring out a lot of very interesting players in place for the time being. Mira in playing from the side of BND, they've got those black mirrors to help themselves in this situation. And like I said, this time it's BND who needs all the help they can get. Action phase for the round of ones.
I think it's pretty well explained already. Put out there how important the round of ones are. This decider, of course, is going to put us into many clearances that we need for this match. Going ahead into it, 6-5. Namak almost getting us that overtime status. Let's see if they'll be able to make that happen successfully or not. Batman returns. Meanwhile, he's a little busy getting the breaches done on the side of this extensive roam that they're trying to break down. It's going to come down to that push that they'll eventually make on the side of the gym. But this is very related to what we got to see in the previous rounds. It looks like both these teams have been added as to adaptations that they've been bringing out in between for themselves. 7 for 7. Still staying strong. Looking to find a kill. Right now, his mute jammer did get taken away right in front of him. He's not going to be too happy about it. Let's see if he's able to pull out some frags with that aggression that he just happened to talk about. Started dodging a few nades. This might just be it. That's exactly what I thought. No, it won't be it. Right now, he's taking so much damage and he's just sitting. He's really unbothered with that little pre-fire that came out from one end of that area. But it looks like B&D is already getting destroyed, people. Bullets and dreams, and right now, it's come down to some of that bullets and destruction for the side of Namak. In fact, a 5 versus 3. Ori looking to find a frag that he might just be able to with that doorway peek coming in, but 4G is on this logistics side and he wants to shut down Hari. He knows that position given away as well. The castle playing in that spot, very expected, but hey, buckshot moving back and forth. All eyes on him right now. The carbine in hand, he's looking to find a frag or two, which he'll need to, and he will. That's the diffuser drop. That's a very important kill, honestly. You have to go around with that whole cycle back with 30 seconds left. The diffuser will not get retrieved in time. That is, of course, it. It does come down to those two defenders still staying alive. All they have to do is play this by the time. Waste 20 seconds out, and that won't be the case. The diffuser has been recovered back and sent. Will be the one attempting to go for that plan, but hey, the side push has already come in. Stark and Buckshot, they're still trying to stay strong in the fight back that they're trying to bring in. But no, this push-up is not being expected by Buckshot. He is being relentless. He's unstoppable. He's trying to go on this one-man army. But Stark, no! He happens to miss it. And somehow Namak will be taking us to overtime, people. That's right. Round 12 goes to the attacking team. And we're headed exactly where Namak wanted to take us. Blackjack, please take the mic and take us to round 13.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? Overtime is in play. 6-6 is the scoreline. And I have to say, Buckshot and Stark, they nearly made it for their team, if only just a little bit more was required. Buckshot, there were 2 kills that he could not confirm onto. The one on the sledge, who would eventually be the planter, and of course the one on the window. Had he gotten even one of those, it would have been infinitely harder for the side of the attack, for the side of Namak to get in and get the plant off. More importantly, to really push it as far as they did. Sure, Stark got the planter, but the problem was that both he and Buckshot got taken out immediately after. They could not emphasize on time. 1 kill. That was quite literally all that separated Bullets and Dreams from a round and match win, and the situation that we find ourselves in right now. Overtime has been confirmed, and Namak are going to be going into the attack on the other side of round 13, staying on the attack, actually, if you will. And we're headed to Basement Church and Arsenal once again from the side of the defense. Bullets and Dreams really dropped the ball on the other side of round 7, as they say, because between rounds 7 to 12, it has been the exact opposite of what we saw happen in the first half of the match. What do I mean? The first half, excuse me, in the first half of the match, we saw a 4-2 come out for the side of Bullets and Dreams. They were 4-2 up against Namak while on the attack. Very good first half. You'd think they'd be able to go on and confirm the win, at least confirm match point almost immediately. But that wasn't the case. Namak started fighting back from round 5 onwards. They took 3 rounds, lost a couple to Bullets and Dreams. Admittedly, a couple of odd plays here and there lost them a few rounds, but then they won 3 rounds back to back, making it a 4-2 in the favor of Namak up until round 12. What that has done is about as simple to see as well, as we are seeing right now. 6-6, round 13 in play. Overtime to go, and I get my catchphrase out right off the bat for season 5. Talk about a good start, if you will. Even if technical difficulties have been a thing today, we do apologize for that. But Fauji's not going to apologize for that kill. He's going to find Stark, and that's a big drop indeed. The Melusi gone. More importantly, a playmaker from BND off the board. One of the players who really likes to sit inside a side, make things happen, is gone, forcing Buckshot out of sight from the looks of it onto a flank play. Going into stocks, trying to see if we can find somebody out through lounge towards bar. He's just vibing through the space. He's going to see one on that bar region. That is the Hibana. The Excars will go out, but Buckshot knows better than to try and peek to kill him. He's going to hear the Hibana right close, but Batman Returns has heard him as well. This is going to be a peek that only one can win, and it will be the Jaeger. Unfortunate for Batman Returns, but he seemed to lose the idea of the peek that could have been there right then in that little moment of peeking Moto Hatch. With that first kill confirmed, a little bit of retaliation, if you will, coming in from the side of Bullets and Dreams, as at the 50-second mark, it's a 4v4. You still have Buckshot operative around the first floor, but the drop will come in already, and Forge is going for the plant. It needs to be denied, and it will be. That's the gas grenade coming in with the Jaeger for flank, but he'll get taken out. In the meanwhile, it's now a 3v3, 40 seconds on hand, and it's gonna make things a whole lot more harder for the side of the attacking team.
They're still waiting for that plan to come in any moment now. 30 seconds. This is exactly where they've got to play this right. Namak not looking to make any mistakes with that 3v3, looking to turn that into a possible 3v0 or even get the plan down. That's what the priority is at right now. Bichu making his way up top, and hey, he somehow made it till here with him being thrown somehow. 7 for 7, he'll get his own double, and that's going to be Reyna adding up to the skill board. Reyna to the last one as well. Bichu goes down to him, and that was the play from the side of the defense. Bullets and Dreams this time around, they'll be the ones to get match point once again. It'll be a position that they'll be able to take advantage of, but here's the counter question to that. Will they be able to do that successfully or not? That's whole another story. Overtime match point will go to the side of Bullets and Dreams. It's going to be a 7-6 score line. Once again, back into this very, very good effect that you happen to stand on. But Namak, they've already has different plans. Once again, Aizen, if you could take a quick look at the scoreboard, this happens to show us quite a bit, but 7 for 7 has put out those frags, 11 for the man himself. Buckshot following up with 7 for him. KG, meanwhile, on the other end of this, that is on Namak. He's got 9 of his own, follow up by that with 4G, 9 of his own as well, and Batman Returns. And actually, now that I happen to move slowly below the table, everybody's almost equally matched. Coming back to Namak, everybody's been putting in equal amounts of work for their team, and you expect no less. And of course, with that, a type of a comeback that we just got to see from this defensive team, amazing, just beautiful. Coming back to this round, though, they did not turn out to be the best of attack rounds. Coming back to the last one, in fact, Namak looking to secure themselves at match point. You would expect that, coming back with that whole mount you want to put yourselves up, set yourselves up for a match point position. No, it's once again back in the court of your opponents. Bullets and Dreams will be trying their best to make this a possible 8-7 victory, 8-6 victory, excuse me there. But 8-7 is still a possibility for either of these teams. Will we be going to overtime, maximum overtime or not? That is of course the real question right now. They've still got Batman Returns playing on the Jaeger. He's not got a whole lot working around him or for himself. In fact, for that matter, Buckshot playing on the Zofia. He's got that push-up coming in any moment now. And just as we happen to see this construction tunnel push and come out with all of that soft breed steak on the side of the kitchen, is just, oh boy, what a shot and what a catch from Reyna. He's going to catch KG. That was one hell of a flick coming in onto that Legion, expecting that kind of aggression from him. He's going to get shut down, and good night for now, KG. Still got Hari watching this flank for himself and his team, in fact, for that matter. I got a rather slow push once again, I might say. But walking away with that extra kill for yourselves is most definitely something that you can take home. KG will not be influencing the round anymore, but coming back to what I was trying to say, I just happened to take a look at it. Was one of the drone works going in, construction tunnel is barricaded. Not a everyday scenario you happen to come across a basic defensive side or even the attacking side of Clubhouse. Not usually the best of positions to just leave the entirety of construction and isolate it. 4G looking to pick up possible first fight with Reyna over here. Reyna looking to make that push. That is, of course, your Ash. Very angry, very hot on his wheels. He's looking to make that push any moment now. We're not getting to see that aggression come out by the Sledge. Is doing his job of carpentry above. Sim for M4R4 will be able to pick up a frag, and that's once again Buckshot, a very influential player for the side of Bullets and Dreams shut down. Are we getting to see Namak mount themselves up or set themselves up rather for this possible extra overtime? Oh, hey, wait a minute. 7 for 7. He's already sticking the plan. Bullets and Dreams, have they got the denial? Yes, they do. 4G comes in with the C4. The Melusi, she's still not taken care of. Being allowed to play in a position like this right below the hatch is going to prove all the while more powerful for the side of the defense, and that's exactly what's happening. A 2 versus 4. Reyna and Hari are the only ones left remaining. We might just be headed to maximum overtime, people. That's exactly what it looks like right now. It looks like the side of the attack are really scattered. They're looking for kills. They're looking for information, which they'll find one at least for now. 4G goes down with that flick coming in from Hari, but he's still got to have his own calm, his patience, and see where this is going. Sim looking to find that final frag, but Reyna does not know there's one right beneath him. Did not hear him. I'm not sure what really went down there, but the smokes are coming out, and it's coming down to this little lapse of attention that got taken away, and Simp has gone down the push-up from Hari. Reyna might just be able to take this around for themselves. A 2 versus 2, and that conversion is still happening. The Echoes Yokai drones might go in for the denial. It's got 15 seconds and counting down to it. The gunfights are coming in. There's no more Yokai shots left in it, and that's where the push-up is here. But Reyna with the perfect cover that he could offer for his teammates, which he will, but he's gonna go down eventually. It's a 1v2 that he's got to fight against, which he won't anyway. Bitchu, the Scorpion stings, and he really stings, people. Look at that. We are headed to maximum overtime. Namak, relentless, not stopping, taking us to round 15, the maximum round a competitive Rainbow Six Siege match can go. That's exactly where we're headed, people. Let's see what round 15 holds for us, as this match has come out to be quite the surprise of what we happen to rather predict towards the beginning. Maximum overtime will be into play. Let's see who takes this round.
Talk about a difference in what we're seeing from either side, ladies and gentlemen. Why do I say that? Because the first match that we had was a 7-0 from ground 9. And here we are, 7-7 between Namak and Bullets and Dreams. Bullets and Dreams back on the defense. They've got the Mira out again on Gym Bedroom. I'm really surprised to see that Bullets and Dreams have only attempted CCTV once in this entire match. That is right. Only once have they decided to go to CCTV, and that did not go their way either. Namak took that round fairly comfortably, all things considered. It was 7 for 7, making some plays. He had a triple kill in that round, I remember, from Red Stairs playing the smoke. But other than that, Bullets and Dreams really were not showing up to that round. Now, they've gone back. Excuse me, they've gone back to Gym Bedroom in a very similar position to where they were in round 12. Although, of course, at this point, it's not really a round of ones to see who's going to go to overtime or who's going to win. It's really a round of ones to see who will win. Like Foxy said, this is the final round. No matter which way you slice it, this is the final round of the entire match. No team gets away from this with a second chance to win again. Whoever wins this round will be the one to go to the next stage of the qualifiers. Whoever loses, well, unfortunately, there's no season 6, if you will. It is what it is. You know, everything comes to an end eventually, and so will this league. But of course, like I said, we're a long ways away from that. For the time being, we're gonna have this match going to round 15. Excuse me, right there. And yeah, again, Gym Bedroom, fairly standard hold from the side of Bullets and Dreams. You have the Castle, you have the Mira, all things in play. You have the Jaeger, well, my combo, although I disagree with that particular placement on the cash door, primarily because that Ace Selma excuse me, that Wumai Magnet is just far too close to the ADS to really be effective. Both of them are going to get burned out by just one single projectile. You know, that's the big nerf that the duo had. Jaeger and Wumai no longer as comfortable with each other as they used to be. In the meanwhile, Batman Returns being a little self-efficient right now. Gonna just take out the meat jammer, get a breach in. 747 has to be very careful. The last time he held this position, he got taken down. Actually, it was Reyna who took a lot of damage holding that same position. C4 goes out, not gonna find anything. Hurry goes down. In the meanwhile, that's Bitchy to take the kill. The Ash takes the first one. And that is a big one indeed. On main stairs, Castle gone, minute 30 on the clock. Drones giving away the position of the defenders actively. 747 is being hunted. He will take a bit of damage from the feet right there, right below this green table that he's taken cover at. So he's not entirely invulnerable, but he could be. All he needs is a bit of crossfire from his teammates, and he will be just fine. Little angle behind him that's been opened up. He's got to watch that, and he won't. KG comes up and finds him. It's a 3 versus 5. Up next is Reyna the Mute, and he can find one right there. He will not actually. Richard comes in to deny him that, and it's now down to Buckshot and Stark once again. Deja vu from round 12. Only this time it's a 2v5. They need to find these last few players, and they will start out by finding Sim, but Stark, no! He wanted to open the hatch. He gets taken down. Buckshot comes in to take one, and he gets denied. Bitchu, the man in the round, taking multiple kills, will also find Buckshot to end things off. And ladies and gentlemen, the comeback is complete. Namak will be the one to win out the entire game from 0-4 in round 5 all the way to an 8-7 victory. Beautifully done by this team, and we will definitely be looking forward to more of their games from this point onwards. They have just stamped themselves as a team to watch out for, because this match was an insanely good one. Not that the first one wasn't good in and of itself, but the difference between that one and this one, we went all the way to maximum overtime. More rounds and more to see and talk about, which very nicely feeds into Reel of the Moment, where we sort of dissect where these players went wrong, what they did right, what they could improve going forward from here. And of course, we'll be going into that right now. In fact, Reel of the Moment going live on his screens. And in this situation, I believe there's no better man than Foxy himself to take us through them. So Foxy, amazing game that we had just now, didn't we?
I mean, we come back to something like this. It's very evident that Namak put on a show for us. More than just that, they came out with more than just a comeback. We knew that there were so many places that they were lacking, but still that relentless, that never giving up attitude, I think that's what has put them up here. We saw so many places where very clearly Bullets and Dreams were looking in positions like they might just be able to walk away with maybe a round, with maybe even the match. Because we know for a fact for how long Bullets and Dreams were sitting on the match point, but that's the point. They were just sitting on it. No conversion, no execution coming out with that match point they achieved for so long. And I'm sure the Namak must be on their plate after this match, coming out to that long fight and not being able to win it. Imagine losing like that. It's definitely going to be a huge bummer for Bullets and Dreams. But at the same time, on the other side, let's look at the glass that is half filled. It's a happy day for Namak with an amazing comeback story to go home and tell their friends and just boast about it, because that is quite the opener into season 5, and does happen to provide me with some of that information as well, because I did happen to talk about in the beginning, all right. So I did talk about this, that hey, Namak's old squad, I know them a little bit more. I'm not sure what we'll be getting to see from them. Guess what? Everybody on the side of Namak just did. They put up a show, and they did more than that. Everything we got to see was just absolutely amazing. It was nice watching these teams both of these teams go at it. Nobody wanted to give up, and towards the end, it was just a beautiful round that we got to saw all in all. But hey, this was quite the journey once again. 4-2 into the first half. That too, they were the ones who were on the side of defense. Somehow, that is something that is still bugging me. We're coming back to qualifiers. Clubhouse is starting to change into something that is more attacker favored. Bullets and Dreams themselves were able to take that advantage when they were on attack. And same thing happened with Namak. with that turnaround, with these denials like this, it does come down to say that we got to see some very close rounds, and just some changes that we might have gotten to see. And look at this attempt, 7 for 7 getting taken down like that towards the end, and that just that pre-fire that the bandit happened to make because he heard that sprint coming in from 4G. Very well played. This is exactly what I'm trying to tell you. Bullets and Dreams came so close with rounds like these into converging. Excuse me, I'm not sure where my letters and syllables have gone this time around, but into converting that possible match for themselves, sitting that 6-4 ratio. You don't want to let Namak walk away with the advantage, which they did, in fact, and they took us to overtime. Maximum overtime. Well, it was a place we were expecting to go. Let's be honest here. Like I said, it is of course very fun to watch maximum OT come out, knowing that we've already gone to an OT. And yeah, at least me, if you ask me, Blackjack, I'm always ready to rumble.
Oh, most certainly. So am I have to say, Foxy. We are always ready to rumble when it comes to matches in the Pro League. But something I do have to ask from, excuse me, right there, from the defensive side of, well, the attacking side of Bullets and Dreams, that is when they were on the attack, right? For a lot of those attack rounds, something that we were seeing was the use of echo from Namak, especially right towards the end, right? And the echo not being denied, right? His drones are no longer invisible. So as soon as you look up, you should usually be seeing them. And unless there's like certain spots that Namak themselves put that drone onto that didn't allow the attackers to see them, I'm not sure how the Echo's drone went away unscathed. But regardless, it was a good play right towards the end, and Bullets and Dreams will really have to work on their post-round 7 defense should they want to emphasize on Clubhouse ever again. I'm sure they will, of course, practice matches and whatnot. It's always been there, always will be, all things considered. And of course, unfortunately for them, you know, the qualifiers dream will not go through. It will be the side of Namak to go through into the next phase. But of course, we're not quite done with the matches tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We've got one more to go, and that is Black Bulls versus Sunset Ninjas, coming up on your screens in just a short while. Stay tuned.
We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 Alright, so let's move on. We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want. This time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out. I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want. Let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out. We've heard it all before. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again. Pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want. This time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out. I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want. Let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out. We've heard it all before. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. It's alright.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the WD BLACK Esports Club Pro League 4 Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft, here with your hosts Blackjack and Foxtrot, and of course our match admin Eisen, as we are here for the final game of day one of qualifiers in the final season of the Pro League. Wow, everything blinked for a second right there. Unfortunate, but you know, it is what it is sometimes. Hopefully it's not a sign of things to not be as good as we want it to be. We're just waiting for the ready confirmation to come in from the final two teams that will be on stream for the night, and that is Sunset Ninjas on the attack taking on the Black Bulls on the map of Clubhouse. Once again, well, it's qualifiers. Repetition of Clubhouse in Oregon is going to be very much expected, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, you know, not to fret. We will have plenty of theme park and consulate and villa to go with. Like I said, qualifiers, it's a mix of severe repetition and no repetition at all at the same time. It's always it's basically the lawless Wild West, if you will. You know, everything goes for the most part, so long as it's within the rules. So not everything, but everything at the same time. Okay, enough rambling about the technicalities of what happens and whatnot in the qualifiers. We will have one final match on stream. And of course, you know, we're just waiting on the ready confirmation to come in from both sides. So before we go in, excuse me right there, we've had a couple of very interesting and vastly different games from each other. A 7-0 first game from the side of Ground 9, not to be confused with Cloud 9. I know that in when said in quick succession, the pronunciations can sound a little similar, but no, you know, Ground 9 is the one that we're dealing with. 7-0 to them. And then, of course, you had the game previous. That was Namak versus, excuse me right there, Namak versus Bullets and Dreams, who unfortunately could not quite get their win, if you will, and they were the ones to lose. And Namak was the one to win in that situation, 8-7 actually, all the way on maximum overtime. A long comeback for them. and a good one indeed. So now that we've had both of those games off, taken care of, if you will, I have to, I'm going to hand it over to Foxy here with the question: what are you expecting from this final game?
I'll be honest here, Sunset Ninjas is an old team. Very old, goes way back. I happen to see this team from quite a while now. They've been at it back to back. I happen to come across them across so many other places as well. Sometimes in some random ass rank matches as well. But coming back to what we had here, Black Bulls, quite interesting name, and more importantly, it's an interesting, more important roster that I think that they've brought out. I haven't really heard these names quite a bit. So my prediction, knowing that the map is, of course, something that we get to see a whole lot, it could be something that I'll be able to decide happening to go into it, uh, into the match once we happen to start it. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I'm trying to get at, but what I'm trying to convey here is whatever will be the match's outcome, it sure is unpredictable right now because just from my standpoint, it's not the best of evidence I've got on both the teams, and just the way I happen to walk off from what we've got the history of these teams are coming back into this league. It is, of course, Sunset Ninjas who happen to have just an amazing track record for themselves, and it is, of course, them who's had a quick disconnection as well. So that does give us more time, I guess, to talk between ourselves and put things into perspective, maybe as to what and where this match will be headed to. But hey, I think just the way this is, it is classic Siege, man. We're going to get to see Clubhouse come out just as we get to see it come out on a very natural day. We got to see Clubhouse come out in the last round as well, the last match as well, and boy was that a match, overtime, and if not just overtime, like it was not enough. We got taken to maximum overtime. What a way to start off the first day of qualifiers. Does happen to give me deja vu. Getting to see a 7-0 come out, and then suddenly the next round does happen to come out to be the maximum overtime of matches. So it's quite the spectrum that we happen to operate on when it comes back to qualifiers. But I wouldn't mind operating on the spectrum. Honestly, it is very fun. It is very unpredictable. And that's exactly what happens to spice things up. That unpredictability, that little suspense moment of who's going to play what, who's going to play how, in fact, for that matter, and which player is going to come out with the best of his play. So all of those questions, I think, will be answered once we move into the match, which we will, my dear viewers, very quickly. Don't worry, I'm sure you guys, if you guys do happen to have come around a few of these streams before, you know this is a pretty much standard procedure. We've still got some time on our watches, and meanwhile, while we happen to warm ourselves up for this possible match, tell you what, you get yourself some popcorn as well. We'll be taking a quick break before we get all the players in the lobby and resume the match. That's right, people. Stay tuned.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the game between Sunset Ninjas and Black Bulls. I know we kept all of you waiting for a significantly long time, a much longer time than expected, but we had to give the team Sunset Ninjas that time to get their fifth in. They now have them in, and Black Bulls, in the meanwhile, they've been ready for a while now. They are ready, so we'll be going live with a match right here, right now, on the map of Clubhouse. Black Bulls on defense, Sunset Ninjas on offense. Black Bulls with the first ban, Thatcher off the board. Standard stuff, really, all things considered. Sunset Ninjas, on the other hand, will ban the Montaigne. Once again, fairly standard stuff from both sides to start things off. No Maverick ban, interestingly enough, from Sunset Ninjas, but they will take out the Kaid. So it looks like they might not be willing to bring in Maverick a whole lot, all things considered. And Black Bulls will have to, just adapt to the Kaid ban that has been brought out from the side of Sunset Ninjas. Something that both me and Foxy talked about, before, when we thought we were going to go live with the game, which feels like a significantly long time ago now, was the fact that we don't have too many data points from either Sunset Ninjas or Black Bulls. Sure, we've seen Sunset Ninjas before in previous qualifiers for the Pro League, but they've never really gone too far into the qualifiers itself, right? Unlike teams like Drown 9, which went all the way to the last phase. So, with all the bans being in place, with the Valkyrie being the final ban of the map, we're going to be moving into round one. Second floor CCTV and Cashroom will be the site of choice. And let's have a look at both of the rosters that are here in the lobby for us today. From the side of Sunset Ninjas, we've got Hercules, He-Man. Okay, that took me by surprise. I thought that said Hitman right there, but no. Hyman, He-Man, however you want to say it, Deathstalker, Cairo, and Zane. And from the side of Black Bulls, we've got not Kratos, Smoking Aces 17, Meteodroid. Okay, my mind is defaulting to the older spellings. I read that and I saw Metroid. I was like, that okay, interesting. But no, Meteodroid, Asteroid, and Storm from the side of Black Bull. Second plus CCTV and Cashroom will be the side of choice. As I've got the man from the mic long enough, Foxy, take it away.
Let's be honest, it's going to be fun to watch Iman and Cairo play. It's been a while since I've watched them play. Know them personally. I didn't know that they play for Sunset Ninjas. We'll be here witnessing this match. Let's see what happens to come out of it. Quite interestingly, so it's been a long break watching these players kick back into action. Cairo, for some of you guys might know him from the past amazing clips that he's produced for the entirety of TEC. In fact, for that matter, he's come out to so many highlights. I happen to think about it back in the day. So many of these tournaments, he had some great highlights. Coming back to the roster that Black Bulls happens to bring out, it's definitely caught me off guard. It's a little new, a little fresh, but that also means that we're going to have that little window of unpredictability coming in from them. That's what we love to see as well. Let's see what will be the case, though. Right now, I'm looking to see Clubhouse play, because so far, at least in the last round,
well, it seems like Foxy seems to be facing some technical difficulties from his end, ladies and gentlemen. We do apologize for that. Right now, of course, we're going to be moving into the very first round, and there we go. Zane's going to take a big drop. That is Kratos off the board from below as well. Big kill happening right there, as it's now 5 versus 4. More importantly, your mute is off the board. That's not exactly going to look too good for the side of Sunset Ninjas, but no, C4 goes out. That just about denies the Thermite Deathstalker from going for the breach. But now, of course, you have the Maverick trick coming in from this side of the attack. They want this breach done. You can see it in the way that they're going about getting into CCTV. But no, Astro is going to take a second kill for this entire round, that is, of course. Cairo goes down. Big drop. Run off the board, as Asteroid himself is going to not take any damage. He's going to fall back as the repel from the Thermite was giving away his position, the legs of the Bandit. But, of course, he is more than okay for this current time that he'll be serving the side of Black Bulls. Maverick Trick attempts going in, but Hercules, excuse me, is a little confused as to why it hasn't been made soft entirely. He'll be working on that wall, but of course, Meteor Droid still on that garage area. Hercules, okay. I'm not sure that's the best idea, given that it is a very, very tiny breach that he's ended up making on that main CCTV wall. It's not going to give them too many lines of sight, and he still is not exactly being the most efficient that he can be to get that breach done. He-Man in the meanwhile gets one. That's Asteroid taken care of. That's two for him. Smoking Aces goes down. It's a 4v2, 50 seconds on the clock. Round one looks like it might just go the way of Sunset Ninjas. Black Bulls has to be careful here, as this round is getting just a little bit more closer the longer it takes for the attackers to get in.
It most definitely is. We're getting to see that attack coming any moment now. It's going to come down to this Meteor, Droid, and Storm. It's the only ones left alive, a 2 versus 4 to fight against Sunset Ninjas, all the while more faster. But here's a kill and a possible follow-up. No, it won't be. Enough damage done, though. And here's Zane. He's going to get that Legion taken down and dusted. Melusi does happen to come in with that gadget, stopping Zane and dead in his tracks, not allowing him to move so much, excuse me. They'll finally get taken care of. Meteor Droid. That is Hercules coming in with his own plant, and then the kill on towards this Melusi. That was quite the kill, though. You happen to see so much stuff happen just the way this round happened to go down. Round 2 will be underway. We've got Black Bulls taking, or rather not. In fact, that was Sunset Ninjas taking the first round. And like I talked about it, Sunset Ninjas does happen to be an old team going back into this roster eventually. You happen to see these changes come out, and this team is back here into Season 5. It's good to see them here, but let's see if they'll be able to get that win for themselves or not. It's a good start for sure, but we've still got a whole match ahead of us. Oryx pick will come in from Meteor Droid, quite interestingly so. We don't get to see Oryx come out a whole lot, but with the reconstruction that he happens to add, and so many rotations you can make just like that while you happen to be on the prep phase, does happen to have that little versatility as to how you can approach the construction that is done onto site. We'll be seeing a possible push-up come out, and that will be, of course, no. We've not gotten to see Sunset Ninjas go for over-the-top extraordinary pushes so far yet, but that's only one round I've talked about. We've seen them play before as well, and just the way Sunset Ninjas are, you might as well get to see that kind of aggression build up towards the middle of the match, or maybe even towards the end of it. That's what I've gotten to see from them. Knowing once you happen to know your enemies, I think it'll come down to that very little and very simple science of breaking them down, isolating them, and taking care of them, and getting that advantage for yourselves. But right now, I think what really interests me is that Black Bulls, they've come up with a very good strategy as to how they want to be holding Church and Arsenal for themselves. They've got the Pulse running in with the UMP. He's got his own cardiac sensor as well. We're going to get to see all of that information come out. But wait a minute. Asteroid, that's the smoke on the roam, and that too with the flank watch kill that he's attempting to go for first. I'll say that's ballsy, honestly. We don't get to see a whole lot of those stunts happen and come out, especially not in a place like this. That kind of aggression will get anticipated from the side of the attackers, and there's no way you happen to win a fight like that, right? That's why he's going to fall back, not wanting to re-attempt on it. Himan, meanwhile, he's made his way up top. We'll be seeing him get that groundwork done quickly enough, but so far it's the drone works that he's intending to bring out first and foremost. Cairo will be the man who's following him right behind him. Like Zane is the man that is, of course, the buck coming in with the soft destruction for his teammates as well. So just the way as we happen to see this to and fro between these two teams with the roam game that is brought out from the defense versus the roam clear that is happening from Black Bulls, or rather Sunset Ninjas, excuse me. It most definitely has come down to this really time-consuming round. It's most definitely something that both these teams want to be doing. They just intending to play this cat and mouse game until you happen to see who comes out on top. But I say Sunset Ninjas, I think they've got to put some more pedal to the metal. They're not looking like they might be able to cut it with the time that is left for them. A minute and 20 remain. There's so much still to go through. Let's see what happens.
While I like the fact that Sunset Ninjas have not, haven't taken a kill just yet, it's also going to be, a little bit harder for them to get in, given that they haven't done much clearance in terms of the utility that the side of Black Bulls have brought out. It will definitely be made that much harder. But then again, late pushes from attacking teams have also sometimes come up with some surprising results, to say the least, with absolute washots and whatnot. But Astra is going to take the first one. That's Cairo off the board. C4 goes out to do a bit of damage to Zane in the meanwhile, as pings are going off towards Moto, interestingly enough. I don't think anybody's actually in Moto just yet. Smoking Aces, he's used up his C4, is watching for somebody coming in through dirt, if you will. But of course, that's the Ash, and Hercules in the meanwhile is going to find Storm. That's a big drop in the inside of sight. That is your Legion of the board. Grenade goes up to deal with the shield in the hallway, and there we go. He's going to drop in, follow up with that. Smoking Aces goes down. Deathstalker's going for the plant with cover from both dirt, and there's He-Man to fire into one more. Meteor Droid goes down. It's now 4v2, 4v1 make that as Kratos goes down. Hercules got a triple kill for himself, and now it's all down to Asteroid. There's a little bit of damage, tiny bit to Deathstalker, not a whole lot, but that is nearly giving away his position inside of Church. The Maverick could come and claim his fourth as the smoke rotates into blue. His position, still mostly known as he needs to get in. Canister throw is going to give away his position even more to He-Man, as he is just trying to see if he can get the head of the smoke, crouches, and then falls back to take the kill. Nice and quickly, as we will see in the instant replay. Nicely done from the side of the Ash. Interesting decision to go crouch immediately, but hey, you take cover whenever you can, and that, of course, was what he did. I guess in the end, that crouch and then repeat counts as a little bit of a pre-fire as well. Not sure what the technical term for that one would be. But we're headed back to CCTV and a cash room from the side of the defense. Black Bulls not looking too good right now. First two rounds lost, as round three will see us go back to that top floor site with a Rook in play from Storm.
That might just be the play. Who knows? Maybe that little throw your opponents off might just be the mantra to making this work out. Who knows? That might just be the case. But once again, a little disappointed to see just the way Clubhouse is being played out. I wouldn't really say it's Black Bulls is not able to give out the best of what they want to give. Black Bulls has been trying to get whatever they can for themselves. We saw them shift these sites as well. We saw them bring out some really good strategies that we did expect them to make their workaround. But what really happens to concern me is they're just not able to stand up against Sunset Ninjas coming in for that eventual take onto them. We get to see them lose so many of those gunfights. And more importantly, in moments where especially the plant is going down, etc., we've not got denial, not enough map control, and just too much map control given away too early into the round. Maybe not, maybe it is. That might just be the case. Smoking Aces, playing the Legion. He's still got himself enough patience. There we go. He's just going to place that a little more closer to the window. Some more information that you could work with, most definitely for yourselves. But just the way we happen to see him on making this quick, very quick take on the side of the bar and lounges. He's gotten the stage open, a nice line of sight for himself as well. I still got Smoking Aces watching up top. Storm, no aggression, even with the Rook pick. The red dot on the Jaeger, definitely a good sight to see. Still not got any pushes happen. Sunset Ninjas taking this slow all the while. That's what you expect out of this team. We've gotten to see them be all the while more meticulous and just more calculated with what they want to do. Oh boy, what a connect! Asteroid shoots out one, and that's going to be him on. Very good connect coming in from him. That's quite the peak from the man himself. Still got the Jaeger staying alive and kicking. No damage taken as well. In fact, but somebody else's, and that's going to be Hercules. Because the son of Zoo is getting struck by lightning. Not the best of very contradicting statement I just happened to make, and very contradicting statement that Maverick is putting us all on. That is what has brought me to this. But Asteroid, hey, he's looking for more. He's out. He's very bloodlusted. That's for sure. But he's got to be careful of any possible claymores. There you go. Just a bait and a quick switch from him is going to come in with that position given away. I'm sure nobody's expecting him to go for the run out, but there's got to be eyes on him. And the moment that the attacker happens to come around for that little peek, it'll be the Jaeger take him off, and which he will go for that peek. Still not able to find that kill though. Awfully close. Deathstalker. No more drones, no more eyes. He's got to go in blind and he's got to get that kill for himself. Never mind. He's got another drone. He's just gonna rip that out and make this push happen onto Asteroid. Still not got anything coming his way. In fact, everything. That might just be the case. 50 seconds left. No kills yet except for that first one that just came in. And an attempt to a one-tap fails as well. Let's see what happens with these 40 seconds.
Cairo gets one more. That's Asteroid taken care of, and that, excuse me, there is the kill that they've been chasing this entire time. But was it worth it? Equalizing the man count going into the final few seconds might just be, as Cairo has found another one. Meteor Droid goes down, and now the push into side is happening. Deathstalker's going for the plan. Sunset Ninjas could go for another one. Not like this, though. Zane finds Kratos, who found Smoke and Aces. Oh, that is the worst case scenario to be in, and Zane will go out to find another one. Storm to fall, as Sunset Ninjas will take advantage of the collapsing and, you know, finding themselves in unfortunate situations of Black Bulls who really aren't looking too good, shall we say. First 3 rounds, not great. Seems to be the trend for the time being for defender-sided maps, if you will. 3-0 for the attackers yet again, as just like Foxy mentioned, you know, when it comes to qualifiers, Clubhouse really just turns into an attacker-sided map, and there's no two ways about it. Interestingly enough, excuse me, there we seem to be going back to Basement Church and Arsenal from the side of the defense. Black Bulls don't want to go onto Gym Bedroom for whatever inexplicable reason. It could be just that they're not confident for Gym Bedroom holds, and that is very much a that is very much a valid reason. After all, Gym Bedroom is a site that can be a little bit tough to hold initially, and once you get and it takes a little bit of practice to get your hands and holds correct on that site. It requires a little bit more horizontal pressure than some teams might be used to, especially when they're really just starting out, if you will, in a competitive siege. Well, I say starting out. It's not like they haven't practiced there already, but in terms of Clubhouse sites, if you will, if you ask me, I feel like the second floor Gym Bedroom definitely requires just a little bit more tweaking for strategies than the other sites on this map do. Now, that's just the way I look at it, given the way that some teams like to play it and use it in odd ways, you know, as surprise first picks, opener defense sites and whatnot, or just random wildcards that say the defensive team isn't getting any rounds on board. They like to go on a Gym Bedroom, you know, completely turn things around for the side of the attackers, make them think that, okay, we might just be able to get this. They've gone onto this site as a surprise pick. Might not be that good for them, but then the attackers get a little bit too far ahead of themselves and get taken out. Black Bulls could use that, because it's not as if the gunfight potential is not there at all. It is there. Something that they could take advantage of, however, is positioning and better cover. Gym Bedroom definitely has good cover to be made use of, and it's going to come down to how the team itself wants to utilize that cover for themselves. Sunset Ninjas, the reason they're getting through the way they are right now is they're really hanging back, playing a little bit reservedly. And as soon as they have the chance to really fall in, it's basically because they've done whatever little clearance they need to do and whatever little bit of droning and intel gathering they need to do as well. As soon as they're done with that, they will push. And once they push, you can bet it is going to be a very hard and fast push. Something that Black Bulls hasn't exactly been prepared for 3 rounds straight now, although that CCTV round did show that they are starting to sort of look into the way that Sunset Ninjas approaches their rounds. He-Man in the middle, in the meanwhile, excuse me, going into dirt nice and quickly, taking care of proximity mines and whatnot, gonna take a goo mine to the shin. Of course, that's from the Legion, but as is evidenced by Deathstalker, not looking at that flank watch on Kitchen Hallway anymore. They are slowly preparing for the kitchen hatch drop into plant. They're going to need a couple of kills, and they need to watch out for frost traps, given that Meteor Droid has brought in the Canadian defender. But Hercules is going to start things off by taking out the Maestro. Huge drop right there from the side of Black Bulls. The Maestro was being aggressive all round long, and he is no longer going to be influencing the round itself. Beautiful shot onto Meteor Droid. That's going to be the Frost taken care of. Hercules single-handedly has suddenly turned this round around. Triple! He is going off right now, 5 versus 2. And now there's only 2 people remaining, 2 defenders, Smoke and Aces and Storm, all towards that blue area of the map. Smoke and Aces take some damage from the blue stairs. That T-Man doing some work. The Jackal holding in the Legion. Can he get the kill? Not quite. It might just come down to the Maverick. That's stuck on the meanwhile has made his way inside the site. He wants to go for the plant, but Storm here is being a bit of a nuisance, and he'll be taken down. Sunset Ninjas. Flawless round, as we will see in the instant replay. What a beautifully executed round right there. And unfortunately, bringing in the Frost was not the play from Black Bulls, at least not the play that secured them that round. 4-0. As Sunset Ninjas are making a mark on this map. And quite predictably, I have to say, we are headed back to CCTV and Cash Room on the 2nd floor from the side of Black Bulls.
That is right. That's exactly where we're headed. Quite the round coming in from Sunset Ninjas once again. They've been at it, man. Let's be honest here. 4 rounds back to back. Just good performance from them all in all. Hercules finding themselves a really good round. Some quick kills we got to see from him come out. That's it's always good to see a Maverick do his job, get the breaches done, and then have enough time to go out fragging. Perfect Maverick main, especially Hercules. Coming back to round 5 though, just from the looks of it, we've not got a whole lot happening. Honestly, Black Bulls not the best of positions to be in, and hey, just as I happen to think about this, I think it's a question. It's a question I happen to ask you as well, Blackjack, before we went into this match. If Red Bull gives you wings, what does a Black Bull give you? Sure, it's the saying goes that you mess with the bull, you get the horn, something like that. No, just gonna completely, yeah. so far, I think Sunset Ninjas have been sailing way above that saying. They've definitely messed with the Bulls and they're able to own them as well. 4-0. It's been quite the stampede, in fact, if you'd ask me. With them being on defense, I was expecting Black Bulls to take this with a little more asteroid. Not the best of positions to go on, but he's looking to get that kill once again that he tried to get. The last time around he was successful. This time around it is still a 50-50. You're able to calculate all of that into this, and still it does come down to a very, very different and very unpredictable percentage about that. But no, coming back to this fight, him on still watching this angle, we've not got any retaliation or just any commotion happening. No fight back as well. But here goes the first frag. Kaido will be gladly picking up a kill onto Smoke and Aces. That's your bandit taken off the board. Asteroid once again very angry, very aggressive. Kaido gets another. That's just 2 kills off of the same window. Not the best of positions to be on Black Bulls. They've got to reassess exactly what's going on for themselves right now. Don't really blame them. It's not the best of positions to be on for them. But hey, that little fight back that they're trying to make might as well come up with a full attempt on it. And there you go, the Jaeger getting exposed from that long angle that worked in the favor of the attacker and not himself. The plan is being stuck right now, people. That's right. The side has been taken control of. Where are the defenders? Frost coming in from the side of construction, and so is Storm. That is, of course, the Goyo. We are seeing them come around this breach, but the plan is already gone down. It's looking like a lost cause for them. They're going to have to dislodge so many defenders. And as I say, they becomes him. It's all down to Storm. The only one surviving, the Goyo, who's got to defend 5 defenders with only 20 seconds remaining. Not the best of positions to be on. He's going to get taken down. Himan will be the one to get that final frag. Flawless round from Sunset Ninjas once again. Like I talked about it. Sunset Ninjas really at it. 5-0. Might as well get to see a 6-0 come out from them. And if they do so, that's going to be another first half we get to witness. Another flawless first half, rather, we get to witness into this match. Excuse me. Somehow could not think of the word match for a second. But hey, I think I matched it finally. No, never mind. We'll be headed to round 6, and that's going to be a round, I think, act as a kind of a decider. Maybe most definitely it will, because you happen to see the differential that Sunset Ninjas has been setting up themselves for against this team, it most definitely is something that the side of the defense will have to make that climb back upon 5-0, looking very confident, looking very dominant. Let's see what round 6 brings us.
I think some could say, Foxy, that your dad jokes are hitting their sunset years. That could certainly be a thing. That could certainly be said, if you will. Come on, I had to. I mean, I can't really do too much of a pun with Black Bull, so I had to go with Sunset Ninjas somehow, and that was the one that popped into my head. I know that our viewers can't hear it, of course, but our match admin Eisen in the background, he has had it up to here with our dad jokes and puns in the background, and it can't really be overstated how much he has to bear these on a daily basis whenever we're casting. And when it's with Baba, I mean, these puns can really go through the roof. Not breaking the roof, more ninja style, if you will. They just vanish off the charts and whatnot. Okay, that was arguably a worse one than the one I made before. I'm gonna stop now. Round 6 is underway. 5-0 is the scoreline. Sunset Ninjas have been doing some really, really good work, if you will. And Black Bulls, once again, going back to second floor CCTV. I don't know. Again, while I understand the reluctance to go to second floor gym, something we talked about a couple of rounds ago, I mean, yeah, it hasn't exactly been the best side rotation for them in the entirety of this match so far. Could it be that could have been a big peak for Meteor Droid right there, but unfortunately, he's done damage to He-Man, but not a whole lot, of course. The Jackal will survive. The Frost being pinged, a push coming in. The Jackal's got to be so careful. Didn't quite think that the Frost would have moved away. Meteor Droid takes advantage of that. A little lapse in concentration from He-Man, admittedly, and he will be the one to fall. Sunset Ninjas have finally lost the first body in today's encounter throughout this entire match. Or maybe not the entire match. They have lost the first body before, but the second one, I don't think so. Deathstalker goes down. That's the ace on the board, and the Vigil's looking to take a second one right now. And that could just be his. It will. Hercules to go down. The huge drop. But you still have Zane firing back, taking down Smoking Aces inside the site. In the meanwhile, Cairo, he wants to get this visual, but he knows that it's probably a little bit too much to do for the time being. Given the way that they've been playing around that stocks and lounge area, Black Bulls have suddenly made things a whole lot more difficult for the side of Sunset Ninjas. ADS burn comes in from Zane, though I don't think that was meant to be an ADS burn right there. Can't quite see the visual to Hibana, but he will be seen instead. Asteroid. Oh boy. Oh, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna leave a mark with that impact right there. And now it's all down to Zane. Last man standing. Goes into CCTV, gets taken out. Black Bulls will finally take a round for themselves, and a much needed one. And all it needed for them was to take that early kill and not get refragged. What really mattered right there, they did it. And it won't be a 6-0. It won't be a complete domination of a first half. But even then, 5-1 going into round 7 will make things very difficult, even if they did take a round and dent that momentum just a little bit. Why do I say that? Because Sunset Ninjas are now the ones on the defense. Going to Basement Church and Arsenal Room, 5-1 is the score line. And oh boy, Black Bulls, if they're not ready for what's coming, they're going to be in for a whole lot of trouble.
Well, who knows? We might get to see another another Namak being pulled off here. But hey, so far, I think it is safe to say that Sunset Ninjas happen to be at a better position than what we saw the last match, rather the teams in the last match be at with this match, especially this map, in fact, in hand and in account. This 5-1, just from the looks of it, I think it's just the way it is. Sunset Ninjas were looking to just take some risks in the last round. We did get to see them not go for that extensive drone work as well. They were just winging it at that point. I wouldn't really blame them, but hey, that was not a flawless run coming in from them, and that's why they stay away from that match point. Staying on that match point most definitely will put them up, secure them for that little insurance that you can always have with one round away from winning the entirety of the match. But right now, they're far from that. They're not on match point, and that's why it does happen to put this little question into my head. Are we going to see Black Bulls make that possible comeback that we've been talking about so far, despite knowing, in fact, that Clubhouse does happen to be a defender-favored map? Smoking aces, he's back with the F2 in hand, and that'll be the Twitch that he's running. Now he'll be gunning a few people as well soon enough. Um, quite the I um I'm not sure. Are we getting to see a roam clear come out from the side of the attackers for the top floor, or do they think the side is above? Because there's too many people there. There you go. Now the rotations come in. Finally, yeah, that's been accounted for. Done and dusted. We're getting to see the breaches happening on towards the side of construction. Now there we go. There we go. All cleared up. All good. Black Bulls took a while, but now they finally know exactly where the site happens to be. So that's exactly what they're going to do. Getting the construction tunnel done and dusted. With the thermite coming out with that breach more interestingly. So that's the only hard breacher that the side of Black Bulls have brought in. Oh boy, that is going to hurt. That is going to hurt them, and that is going to bite them in the back. There's no way they're able to make this push without able to shut down every single one. I think all Sunset Ninjas has to do is just wait. They've pretty much won this round already, just from the looks of it. Black Bulls expelling one of the exothermic charges already on the side of construction. Even if they get the hatch open on the side of kitchen, it's still going to be a hassle for them to make this entire thing work out. And like I said, even if they make that hatch breach happen, that's because there's still a possibility of the Legion playing that. We've got the Impact Tricks coming in and whatnot. And look at the Mozzie, still out looking for blood, still out with the roam game, not contested right now. He's making things all the while more difficult for the attackers. And there you go, exothermic charge taken care of. Like I predicted, the Legion just taken off that charge. That's it. You've got no more hard breach left on the side of the attack. And now I think it's going to be interesting to see what Black Bulls do now. Like, this is going to be that test with no way to work around or no way to go. I think they're just going to take the mainstays and off towards Mortar. This is being expected from the side of the defense, and look at that. Just being greeted by a melee wall. They still got a kill coming in from the thermite. Wait, a double follows up. He's already on his side. Wait a minute, where did this happen, Zayn? How is he not coming in with the information or the peak, in fact? And the thermite is not stopping. He's going at it. Zayn, he's still looking to find the skill, which he will or he might not. And somehow the flank has been taken care of as well. Hercules goes down on side, and what just happened, man? What just happened?
The question on everybody's lips at this point, Foxy, is what is happening? I think what really happened right there. Excuse me, right there. I think what really happened right there for the side of Black Bulls is they started winning gunfights, mostly thanks to Meteoroid, right? He got into sight somehow and was followed by the Ash. The Jaeger tried to deny from blue, didn't really work. You had the Mozzie still on the roam at 30 seconds on the clock with 4 of his teammates alive inside of sight. But let's not even talk about how the roam clear wasn't even there from the side of Black Bulls. And somewhere along the line, they might have dropped the diffuser, or I'm not sure who it was with, but whoever had the diffuser clearly either wasn't in sight or dropped it in a position where it couldn't be recoverable. And that's how Sunset Ninjas walked away with the round out again. I'm merely trying to rationalize what we got to see, because what we got to see was so radical, if you will.
There's so many rounds we come across where I think we just happen to see stuff like this where we know, all right, this is what's happening, then the expected result is most definitely this, right? Coming into the last round, I had no clue what's happening, man. Literally nothing. There's nothing that added up to me, and I'm already weak at math. So just getting all of that calculus done in my brain as to where exactly is this round going to really got me towards the end there.
Yeah, like you said, I think we won't be able to solve what happened in that round, even say if we had access to quantum mechanics. I mean, that is basically how that round went. We don't know what happened. Nobody knows what happened, and I think it's best to leave it at that. Right now, in this match point situation, Sunset Ninjas, they somehow took round 7. Now in round 8, they're just looking to get this done and dusted. if you will, and they just want this match to be over with, I guess. I mean, Black Bulls, they are trying, of course. They have definitely given it their all, and that is something that we get to see a lot of in the qualifiers. Teams that really give it a lot of like a good hard attempt. Sometimes it just doesn't go through, if you will, and yeah, sometimes it just isn't there, if you will. Some teams just aren't quite ready to make that transition into, Div 3 teams. Some teams get eliminated early, where they need to work on their intel game, their droning. Well, that is the intel game for the most part. You have their utility clearance and whatnot, and also positioning and gunfight potential. Converting all of that into one round is a bit of a task, and some teams just aren't quite there yet, and they need some time. They need just a little bit of time, if you will, and that, unfortunately, isn't quite something that I'm seeing from Black Bulls. They need a little bit more to work on. That could have been a kill, mind you. Hercules, very risky rotate that he made as a gas grenade goes out onto that main CCTV breach. Cairo watching from the catwalk of Garage, doing a bit of work, not a whole lot. He's just giving intel to his team about anybody coming in, if you will. But there is a breach into CCTV, and they're trying to get in from there. Black Bulls, they know that if they get in and they take out whoever's on Garage, they might just be able to win this. Another grenade goes out, but no, we have the Nomad coming in. Gonna take a lot of damage right there with the Gooman in her shin. Plant's going off in the meanwhile. Kairo's taking one, but he doesn't know that the plant's happening. He's got to get in. Zane's found one more, and that is Kratos, and there goes Meteor Droid. It's all down to the last two, Asteroid and Storm. As Asteroid's on the rappel, Storm himself outside on construction, trying to get into side, will be found by the Legion. Now it's a 1v5, all down to the Maverick, last man standing. Somebody's got to go for the counter defuse, and they will, but a couple of kills will be taken, and so many being dropped. It's that one Maverick doing so much work. Zane's gonna try to find him, but he can't. Asteroid, what is happening right now? He's up against just one man, and that's He-Man, the bandit. Last man standing, he doesn't have time. And that has to be the most bizarre, right there, bizarre clutch that I have seen in the entirety of the Pro League, and I do not say that statement lightly. We'll see that in the instant replay. All it took was one Maverick and a Dream, and that was about it. Unfortunately, I mean, the same can't quite be said for Bullets and Dreams, but let's not really talk about that right now. For the time being, 6-2 is the scoreline. I'm still not sure how Asteroid got away with that, but he did, and we're going to be headed to second floor, gym and bedroom in this next ninth round, right there, with a 6-pick out of the Wamai into the Wamai gym bedroom, the side of choice.
All right, so I almost happened to rethink my entire life decision there, because all right. So let me put it this way. Let me go into a little bit of story mode here for us all. We've got the prep phase, 30 seconds. I think that's all I need. You five defenders in a post plan. You've been able to get the better of for the attackers, quite luckily so. Somehow that has still worked out for you. You know, in a post plan, usually, even with 5 defenders left alive, not the best of positions to be on. Post plan positions are always on the side of the attackers. So stuff like that, right? My question is not really how was the Maverick able to walk away with stuff like that. How did Sunset Ninjas allow him to do stuff like that? 5 people alive and kicking. 5 people. That's a lot. All right, let's make it 4, just to make it sound a little more, little less exaggerated. It was still not a place, not a fight you want to pick on like that, knowing exactly where the Maverick was. Just one peek from the garage would have done, or even a collective counter defuse could have done it. You know, honestly, so many heads to pop would have just not been the case. But going at it one by one, Asteroid played that very well. You know, having to be in that position, we've seen so many upsets come out despite a power play position like that. Asteroid really played that with perfection. Sunset Ninjas giving away quite the round, man. Honestly, that was quite the round. I really had to rethink exactly What do I know about Siege? Is that's exactly where it took me. It's quite the weird round we got to see last time around. But yeah, now we're here back into this. That is, of course, the round 9 I'm talking about. And we've still got a possible push-up happening. Cairo scared of the nades, and he should be. Nades will escape him just a little bit. The mute jam was taken care of, and that's exactly what they needed to do, I guess. Now it's going to become all the while more. Never mind. It's not going to become all the while more anything because there's no Hibana. I just happened to take a look at that. So you're not going to get yourselves that proximity breach done. You'll have to go for the approach with the exothermic charge or the Maverick explode torch onto the Mira. And, hey, not the best of positions to be on. Another fight, Iman will be picking up with the Zofia, which he'll be winning as well. Not Kratos. Will get shut down. And quite interestingly, now that I happen to take a look at it, we've got Kratos and Hercules facing off each other. Quite realistic, paying homage to what we happen to know on. But no, coming back to what we're still getting to see Zayn. Watching that little angle that he's got for himself, that push up from the side of the window. Might be coming in any moment now. That's what he's expecting. Smoke and Aces. He's on this flank that he's got to watch for his teammates. 40 seconds is what separates us from knowing exactly where this match is going to take us. Sunset Ninjas on the man advantage right now. They're looking to take that match point for themselves, or will we be able to see them take it or not? Himan, very angry, very aggressive, trying to make some plays here. His position given away. That movement that he's doing is most definitely giving away so many audio cues. He's got to aim this right, which he will. Quick peek, but not enough somehow. Take it down. Not the best of positions. Refrags are coming in as well. Hercules gets the kill onto Meteor Droid, who's still got 14 seconds left and tracking down to it. The Ashes onto side. The Mira's taken down, but he has a refrag. Where did that come from? He's still got the push yet to happen from the side of Black Bull. Why is there flank watch with the last 10 seconds remaining? A kill will come in, but at what cost? There's no diffuser, man. Sunset Ninjas take it. We've got flank watch coming in from the side of the attack team towards the last 3 seconds. Who's flanking you in that time? But quite interestingly, what a match, man! What a match! Iman will be taking the MVP for himself, and hey, that was weird.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. I kind of missed my cue to start talking, primarily because, just like Foxy from a couple of rounds ago, I was heavily reconsidering my life choices that have led us to this moment, if you will. But of course, we'll be doing a little bit more of that and talking about the game that we just had in Relive the Moment, which will go live in just a quick second to see what we had in this match. Actually, Relive the Moment is ready, so we'll be taking that live right now, nice and quickly. From the side of both Sunset Ninjas and Black Bulls, for the most part, it'll be a Sunset Ninjas reel, if you will. They did win 7-2 after all. But at the end of the day, Black Bulls, my goodness, the number of mistakes we saw from them. Utility work wasn't really there. Intel gathering, nope. Their comms seem to be all over the place. They seem to be really uncoordinated, disjointed, discordant, and a whole bunch of other things that, of course, apply to this particular moment, if you will. But continuing on that train of thought, it just really was not their game in the slightest. Like I said, they're a team that is, they're new, they're fresh on the scene and whatnot. So obviously it'll take some time before they're comfortable with the players that they have and the teammates that they're playing with. But at the same time, I have to ask, like, some basic fundamentals were wrong there. For instance, positioning, intel, and callouts seem to be a bit of an issue as well. I mean, one could say that everything that I have mentioned is all the fundamentals of Siege, but at the same time, you make these mistakes. Maybe there's also a little bit of a bad day mixed in there. Who knows at this point, really? We don't really have too much intel on either of these teams, and that's one of the reasons we can't really say too much, if you will. And Sunset Ninjas, their main round that was mostly an issue, if you will. The main round that was mostly an issue for them was, primarily speaking, that one round 7. I mean, not round 7 actually, round 8. I mean, what? Round eight. Yeah, round eight. That I think we're just gonna leave it at that. Round eight. One Maverick and a Dream. Round eight. That was it. But regardless, of course, that has been the match. 7-2 to the side of Sunset Ninjas, who will go forward alongside Bulletin. Excuse me, Namak. What I almost said that Namek once again. I need to look at that name just a little bit more. And a Ground 9 Esports, who really just took their match by storm. So those three are the ones that will be going ahead. Unfortunately, the ones who have lost will not be going forward any farther from here. And given that it is the last season, so this is the last time we'll probably be seeing them until the post Siege Invitational season comes in. Of course, Invitational has been delayed as well, so it's a weird timeline we live in. But regardless, that has been it for myself, Blackjack, my co-host Foxtrot, and of course our matchup and Eisen. As we'll be signing off here for tonight, come back tomorrow with day 2 of qualifiers. Stay tuned and good night.